Get prepared for the K9, and if you're scared, I'll put away mine. You should practice and work up to it. I stick like cactus when I do it, but it ain't so good it doesn't matter that you can't control your bladder. On the mound, girl, I won't frown, and I might go downtown. You're next when Chuck Smooth's done. 6 men waste to have sex, choose one.
You guys can put whatever comment you want. Just leave out the shit that could be dangerous, okay? No Russian roulette, okay? I knew you were gonna laugh.
Get in front, on top, or under. Like the bra, I'll make you wonder the deal. I'm not telling, but I'll hunt you like Helen. And
are you kidding me? Have I seen Cheech and Chong? That's one fart up.
Munch you like Ellen, gotta hunt you, start yelling. Who let the dogs out? Who let the...
God, that's fucking cold. Look, Ma. Whoa.
Dogs out! Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
That's one fart up.
I'm a pit bull, not a poodle. I got flavor like strudel. Or maybe Keith's girl, I'm a beast, so let me off my leash.
Whew, man. Oh my God. Whew. I gotta stop doing that. Like I said, my shit fucking lingers and shit.
For real, I might make you squeal. Tired of snacks, how about a meal? Yeah, you can have this bone. Just take me home and then it's on. There's no turning back or rolling up.
Just come around one of my farts, man. Your hair will fall out instantly. No problem. Been having troubles making it to that barber shop lately due to the coronavirus. No problem. We got it solved. The person's hair's falling out. There you go.
Pack that don't know how to act down low or I'm creeping. You wanna know, can I keep him? Yes, if you feed him, pet him and rub him. And on the weekend, you taking him clubbing. So walk your pet, get him out.
Uh-oh. Hello, Sir Jeffrey. Look at him. Did you see this shit? He scooched his chair all the way over there. Look at it.
The house, you know what's next, so check this out. Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Been farting on the phone. As you can see, the wire's melting, and yeah, the screen's getting a little foggy and hazy. Yeah.
The dogs out. Who let the dogs out? When it's time to ante up, yes, I'm in. I'm woman's best friend.
And me having bad eyesight, that's bad, because I gotta. And did we have fun? Because it ain't a good panel if it ain't fun.
There when your husband's working, he comes home, I hide behind the curtain. He's suspicious, but not certain. I'm vicious, not just flirting. Beware my bark and my bite, cause I just might clean my bowl tonight. I'll eat Fiona's apple, Nina's cherry, and Hallie's berry.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another segment of Breakfast with Bulldog. I am Bulldog 917. Your host, the host with the most, coming to you live from my car. And yeah, oh boy. So how's everybody doing? Guess who we got in the fucking lock today? Ready for this one? Papaya, our mythical. Oh boy, yep, he's here today. Uh, right there, you guys. Yep, he right there. Bam. Yeah. So how's everybody doing this morning? It looks like we got some people up in here. Let's see here. Who's the first one on the scene? Uh-oh. So it's not letting me go up all the way. Oh, okay, so unless this thing's wrong, it's trying to tell me, well, here, do it this way. Come on, you stupid thing. Now I'll just do it this way. Bridget Ward is the first one on the scene. Good morning to you, dear. Ron, good morning. Cheers. Risi DeVay, good morning, good brother. Good morning, good morning. Mr. Whistle's in the house. Hell yeah. And then we got Kentucky Dipman. Good morning to you, sir. Mr. Skull Merchant's even here. Hell yeah. Let's see here. That's who we all have in the chat at the moment. Says here we have people in the room right now. Guys, if you can, take this time and smash that like button. I mean, just smash it. Hell yeah. Smash it like nobody business. You know what I mean? And if it's your first time here on today's broadcast, well, guess what? You know what to do. Subscription is free. Yep, very free. Won't cost you a thing. Might cost you your sanity, but I swear it won't cost you any currency. No. And you can give the bell a little tickle there, and this way you'll be notified of all the streams that I do. So, without further ado, I'm going to drop the link. Anybody wanting to come up on panel may do so. Just simply by clicking on the link. It'll take you to a portal to the backstage of StreamYards. And yeah, we can get this thing to rocket. So here we go. Da, 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 da. There's the link. There's the link. Oh my God, I done did it. I released the link. Let's see here. Like button's broke. I smashed it too hard. Well, thank you, Skull Merchant. 6 likes so far. That is awesome. I like that. You guys give me, I want to say, if I can get 50 likes in here, I will take an initiative and go over to that Mexico right there and interview him. I gotta get 50 likes, man. You know, at least 50 likes. So what you say? Share me out on your social media there. Get people to come on in. They smash up to 50 likes, and I will go interview him. But he's tweaking hard, dude. Look at that. I mean, come on. Look, he's tweaking hard. There he goes. He might be going to the dumpster. Oh, yeah. I don't know if he went over to the dumpster, but maybe he's going to look for a new wardrobe today. Look at this. We even got, let's see, I'll show you guys here. Hold on. Let's do this. On my big ass nose. Okay, we got this guy out here. Let's see, where's our mess pickle? Our mess pickle went off that way somewhere. That way somewhere. And then we got this guy over here. Now, this guy that has this motorhome, he's pretty cool. He's a nice guy. He's refurbishing that motorhome, guys. Last week that was all blank. He's redoing the striping on it and everything. His son owns it, and yeah, he wants a pretty penny for it, but it's a much older motorhome. I would like to, you know what? That would be an awesome thing. If I could, if you guys want me to talk to the owner of this motorhome and like get a tour of the inside of it, let me know that. I think that would be fucking cool. Because from my understanding, from what I've been told, is it's pretty pristine in the inside of that motorhome. Get Bulldog to 50 likes, and he will invite y'all to this bridge for secrets. Mr. Skull Merchant. Love you, brother. It's all good. Let's get Bulldog 50 likes. Yeah, I'll leave it up to you guys. You guys decide. Put a one in the chat if you would want me to interview that meth pickle, or put a two in the chat if you would like me to try and get a tour of that motorhome right there. Oh, I know what you instigators are gonna do. Oh, go interview the Mexico. I know y'all gonna be like, yeah, man, let's see if he knocks Bulldog's block off. Scomerson says, put a 3 in the chat if you want the bridge option. You want me to show you where I dropped that one broad off, huh? Gotta tell you, that shit was sketchy as hell, dude. I mean, literally, it was sketchy as hell. I can't even remember where the fuck that was. Was it on Minnesota Avenue? You know, I think it was on Minnesota Avenue. Hmm. Calling Spencer says, stop smoking bulldog. It's easier said than done. Kentucky, Kentucky Dead Man 3. God, man. Don't lie, bro. You pay her a visit every night. Oh, hell no. No, 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 no. Mm-mm. The moment she got out of my car, she was like, here, come with me, come with me. I was like, put on the gas, flip the bitch, man. I got the fuck out of there. I was like, hell no. I was like, I'm fucking out of here. Uh, Bulldog percent bridge. Yeah, it's funny. I guess they have some deal going on along that street there. They got signs that are saying, no stop signs. They don't want people. Oh, now we know the horn blows. How about the driver? But anyways, yeah, they have signs throughout that street that deter people from like pulling over and parking. What the purpose of that is, I don't know. But I stopped right in front of one of them signs. That's why I didn't want to get out. I didn't want to leave my car unattended in any way, shape, or form. I was like, fuck that. I'm out of here. But what was funny is I was driving to drop her off. After I dropped her off and spun around and was coming back to my house, oh Jeff, Jeff fucking calls me on the phone, all worried about me and shit. I was like, dude, I just took her to drop her ass off. I'm coming back home. Home dude's like, man, you better be. That fucking meth pickle, she probably slice and dice your ass. Actually, what it was, he ran and got my son up. He woke my son up to get my son to call me. Is what it was. Like, dude, you didn't have to do that shit. I just wanted to get that bitch away from our apartment complex, away from this situation, from that dude. And Jeff wanted his turn. Yeah, that's it. I should have brought her back to the house and say, here. No, he was worried about it because the girl was trying to do something with me and I wasn't bending. She wanted me to take me, she wanted me to take her into my laundry room and in my bedroom. And I'm like, no, no, you gotta go. You gotta get out of here. And when she wouldn't leave on her own accord, she was talking about wanting to call the cops. And I was like, dude, don't even fucking go there. I'm like, I'm already offering you a ride to take you to wherever you want to go. And she was like, okay, well, give me a ride. So I gave her a ride, dropped her, and when I did that, I had my dash cam on the whole fucking time. I recorded everything. And the other dash cam that I had that was different from this one doesn't have an inside view camera. The other one does. So it recorded the inside of my cab of my car, picked up the audio, everything. So if she was proclaiming anything, it would have done her no good. I offered her a ride. See, nice boy. Oh, skull merchant. Well, it made that dude that she was with really nervous because the old dude, I guess what ended up happening is him and him and his old lady got into a fight one night, and she was driving. He got her to pull over, and he got out to walk. And in the duration of walking back to his place, he ran into that chick, and that chick stuck to him like glue. And when they came across my apartment complex, or walking to my apartment complex, the dude was trying to shake her. So they stopped. Home dude stopped off because I was sitting out on my porch smoking a cigarette, and he hit me up for a smoke. And lo and behold, the chick that was behind him was like, "Can I get a smoke too?" And then he didn't want to leave my porch for some reason, so he was striking up a conversation with me and Jeff. And next thing you know, the girl was coming off some really weird vibes. And so home dude wanted to charge us, wanted to, he asked me if I'd help him charge his phone a bit. That he wanted to, because that's when he told me about the situation with this old lady and shit. He wanted to call her to get her to come back and pick his ass up well, because he had that appendix on him. That chick was trying to clean to him. So if anything, I was helping that dude out. And well, one thing led to another. I got rid of the problem. But yeah, Jeff was all nervous at first when she was mentioning about, oh, I'll call the cops and shit. That I could have kept that stream because I asked Jeff because it dawned on me that Jeff was live streaming. And I told Jeff, I said, "Are you still live streaming?" And Jeff said, "No, I cut off the live stream." So you guys missed some of the conversation that was going on there. And I told him, "Dude, you shouldn't have fucking done that. You should have kept streaming it, because everything that she was saying, how she was trying to get me to, because Jeff was like telling her, you got to go. You got to go. You got to leave. Because Home Dude took off. When he took off, well, she was he was off the hook from the shit. And what she was pulling, you guys saw. She was grabbing my phone, trying to play music, which got me copy struck on that video anyway. What you guys ended up missing is what she was trying to do. She was trying to get me to take her into another room. And I was like, no, we're not doing that. You offered her a ride. Oh, that's all. Oh, fuck. You missed all that good shit. So it was a good thing that I got her ass out away from my apartment complex. And then when I came back with my Dashcam in hand, I said, "Look, you could see for yourself." I was like, "Dude, no, I, I didn't want to do shit with that bitch. I just got her away from that dude." See, Jeff is under the impression that that girl may have been a minor, and I really don't think that that girl was a fucking minor. She was a homeless person. Without any shadow of any doubt. I don't think she was, but still more or less. Because if we went down that boat of doing that, when I found that he wasn't live streaming it, that all that shit that happened wasn't on that live stream, I would have had nothing to back me up if she would have claimed something happened with me and Jeff and her. So I had to get her the fuck out of my apartment. I had to get her off the fucking property and away from this situation. Jeff goes, well, if she'd have rose to that occasion of getting the police, I said, well, if she did, then oh well. Because let me tell you something, when it comes to women and the fucking police, it doesn't go very favorable in the guy's fucking thing. And with the dumb as these cops are out here, I'm telling you, you'll go to jail. Even when you've done nothing wrong. There's one thing I will never do out here in California is fuck with any of these girls out here. None, zilcho, nada. Because not only will these girls pass on fucking diseases and not tell you about it, but they'll fucking rule. They can say any goddamn thing they want. The police will believe them. It ain't worth it. It's not worth it. I watch who I help out here. Trust me. You'll learn really quick. If you're a good person, awesome. Be careful who you help out here. Because some of these people can be out of desperation. They can make trouble for you. And the most that can hurt you the most is when let's see here. We got oh, oh, there he is over there at the dumpster. Can you see over there? Standing right there at the dumpster. How many likes do I have now? You offered her a ride. See, naughty boy. 10 likes? Come on, man. We need 40 more likes. 40 more likes. Forty more to go. Well, anybody else want to come up on the panel, you may do so. There's the link. Man, that guy is doing a good job on the striping on that. I wonder if he's done the other side already. I didn't get a good look at it when I pulled in here this morning. But it's a nice camper. I just think personally, I mean, my own opinion, of course, I think he's just asking too much for it. Not that well, just because it ain't worth it to me doesn't mean that it ain't worth it to somebody else. To me, I see it's a problem, and I'll tell you why. That camper's about I think it's 2000, and here it is 24. Can you see the problem? Most of these RV parks have it set in their rules saying that they won't accept anything past 10 years old. So being able to go to an RV park would be very challenging with an older coach like that. Now, if you own your own home or something like that, you got the room to store it on your own property. That's one thing. But you better make sure that it is an okay thing to do in the area that you live, because some areas have ordinances against that. And why? Because it can be considered as an eyesore. So it makes it hard for you to store it either. without having to put it in a storage yard. And if you got to store it in a storage yard out here in California, it can cost you a mint just having it sit. You got to take a lot of shit into consideration before buying something like that, like this. This is the reason why I think he's going to have a hard time getting $25,000 for it. Now, supposedly everything in it works, including the generator. It's got a generator on it, and supposedly the generator works good too. But out here in California, you won't find a new RV that has a generator on it. They're trying to do away with anything that's gas or diesel. So being how this one already has a generator on it, it's an added extra bonus. It's a good thing. Now their smog emissions out here in California are getting really touchy for them to get passed. You got to take that into consideration too. And look, our car is still here. That car has been broken down for what, 3 weeks now? All the smog is coming from your smoking. That's a good one, Skull Merchant. Hey, Skull, why don't you jump up on panel with me? There's our man. How many likes now? I'm surprised that on this end it doesn't tell you how many likes you got. I think StreamYard should make it to where you can see how many likes you got. Pay me $1 million and I'll think about it. Oh, come on. My goodness. I'm surprised you haven't done any streams lately there, Mr. Merchant. 11 likes now. Cool, right on. Why haven't you done any streams lately, Skull? You used to do panels and stuff, didn't you? I've been on your panel before. I just make videos. I don't do streams, bro. You used to. I've been on your panel with you. I haven't even seen anything new that you've put out. You have to. Must have confused me with someone else, bro. I don't think so, but it's all good. I mean, that's been a long time. Put your link to your channel, because some channels, for some reason, have showed me unsubscribed and stuff. I don't particularly care for YouTube to do that. So if you can, share your link here in the chat, and we'll, so that way we can make it over to your channel. Good morning. There's Mr. Merchant's link, folks. If you want, kind of click on his link, go check him out. If you're not subscribed to him, shame on you. You should be subscribed to him. He puts out good content. You do gaming, don't you? To some degree, or just straight up videos? Because from my understanding, if I'm not mistaken, you used to do games, right? And some investigative work where you do investigate something to that effect too. Zachary, hello there, Mr. Zachary, with the lurking eyeballs. Jeez. I know you just got in here. Miss Serena, Bulldog, have you been inhaling fumes? What? Under the bridge? He makes videos. He don't stream. I could have sworn he's done streams in the past before. So it's my bad. I've never been on this panel. Because I could have sworn I had been. But if you haven't, then it's my bad. No bulldog, you got it mixed up. Okay. Well, if you say that I've gotten it mixed up, then I must have it mixed up. Because I know you know Merchant really well. So, my bad. I must be confusing that with you being on my panel. That must be what it is. That must be. My bad. There's no streams. Okay. Hey, Mister, what's up? Please, you complete what? Sausage. Ooh, dude, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna go over there. I was thinking about driving over there real quick, see what he's doing, but that looks like he's changing some. I think he's doing something not so nice over there. I think I'm gonna just stay right here. Because honestly, I ain't never seen that dude do anything like strip down the no fucking pants, just switch pants and shit like that. I don't want to go over there to find that he's done something like that. That wouldn't look good for my channel, period. So we'll stay way back here. It's one thing if I'm already over there and I see something inappropriate that I can back out of. But being he's already in the midst of that shit, I'm just gonna stay right here. That's a smoke-free home bulldog. Best to stay away. Yes, sir, Mr. Merchant. I'm definitely gonna stay away. Fair enough, Zach. What? What Zach said? Zach said, "Skull, I guess." WWE 2K23 only at the free to play games during the weekend. Might get it for yeah, PS5. Every, eventually. I got my Series X and PC. Yeah, I didn't care. I didn't care for Sirius X. You're talking about Sirius XM, right? Or Sirius X something different? Or you're saying Series X? Okay. I think that's two different things. I'm thinking Sirius XM for your radio. Sirius X is Xbox. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't care for that Sirius XX FM bullshit. They charge you money. They tell you there's no commercials in it, but they advert the hell out of Sirius XM on it. So, it's like, what the hell? And not only that, but it doesn't play as much as they say they do, you end up getting screwed. You know, and it's overpriced. It's ridiculous. They didn't play any country music or anything like that. They didn't play any of the music that I like. That was a crying shame. A waste of money, a waste of time. Yeah, you're saying that that's the Xbox. What are the games like for the Xbox X or Series X Xbox? I'm thinking about a couple DLC for together simulator 2021, about $6 a place. Now, or mechanic simulation sounds fun. Uh, well, I've been thinking about saving up and getting a. I've been thinking about saving up and getting a PlayStation 5. Being everybody's saying that you can play the PlayStation 4 games on it, and that it's better than PlayStation 4. Yeah, store cars, find cars, junkyard, fix parts, paint the car, paint car parts, tune the car, etc. Oh wow, wow, that sounds pretty exciting. Batman, what's up? No offense, but season is better. You can build skateboards. PS5 loads up and PS4 games faster from my understanding. And try, try it. Hello, Amanda. Well, anyways, guys, if there's anybody new joining in here at this point in time, what we're working up to is 50 likes. 50 likes, I'll go over there and interview that poor meth pickle over there. Hey, Danny, what's up, brother? Hey, Bulldog, how's your day going? My day's going good. It's going good. roll this week. Oh, wow. Man, well, I trust you. Episode, so hope you're having a blessed day. That's coming from Danny. Of course, he's having a blessed day. He's here, and we will bless him plenty. You're still working, Bulldog? Yeah, I work there every day, my brother. I work 7 days a week. After I get out of here, after I get off the stream, I got to go and sit down and see if I can't draw up some business for a friend's company. If I can ever set up an appointment, that would be awesome. Go and pitch our company to them and hopefully get a sell. That would be awesome. That would really make my day. I don't think people know season one. I used to skate. Oh, you used to skate? That's cool. My nephew was a professional skater. Cool. Stay safe out there, of course. Most definitely. Ooh, our Mystical's on the run. He's on the move, folks. Looks like he's got some new duds on there. Let's see there. He's walking back. He must be tweaking hard, man. Tweaking. Well, he's smoking something. Hey, Sherry. Yeah. My Sherry, baby, Sherry. Won't you come out tonight? She's making her introductions to everybody here in the room. Come on, everybody, wave hi to Sherry. We love our Sherry. She's awesome. Mhm. Merch? Merch what? What do you mean? Bulldog, be what? Be peeping through the window. If it, if it what? If it was rocking. I don't think so. It's fun till you fall. Okay. So I'll be on his shoulders. Shit. I do not know what he up to. You know, every now and then people come out from 7-Eleven and hand that poor guy food and stuff like that. But then a lot of times he'll go across the street where there's a taqueria kind of place over there. People will come out and hand them food from over there too. You get them tacos and burritos and all sorts of stuff. What about it? X Games, knees, aka Twitter, what? Twitter, Batman. You're making me hungry. Oh, sorry. Sometimes they eat better than us. Yeah, no, tell me about it. I can't afford a steak dinner, but someone will come along and give somebody like that a free steak dinner. But it's all good. Either way, you know, I don't know. Should I used to speak rails? My nephew did too. My nephew used to do all sorts of tricks. A long time ago, he used to work for the Cupertino Recs and Recreation Parks out here, where he would transport those mini um, skate park equipment. He would set up skate parks. It was pretty awesome. But they haven't had that around here for many years now. They canceled that program. They canceled the funding for it. Hey, Amanda. Amanda said it wasn't me. Mhm. Well, guys, if you can, smash the like button. We're trying to get to 50 likes. Mhm. Yeah, you do need skills to skate. Ain't no doubt about that. Don't see them. Don't see them. Don't see them. Woo! She a little happy. Happy baby. Ooh, ah. Boogie. Hell yeah. She's swaying her arms like she had no care in the world. Oh no, you're not going to bend over in front of us. Please don't do that. Jesus Christ. Yes. Shout, you dropped something. You dropped your pocket. My oldest son used to do that to people, and man, it would irritate the fuck out of him because he got him to look every time. They'd walk by and he'd sit there and go, "You dropped your pocket," and they'd look back, and once they realized what he said, they just look forward and walk. You go, "No, no, you dropped your pocket." And they look a second time, and the next thing you know, they look back at him with an angry look. I swear to God, I mean, the person would just get infuriated. And it wasn't a he, that was a she. You earn rep if you nail the trick. Trick. I mean trick. Oh, trick, yeah. But no, that wasn't a he that was bending over. That was a she. Hard to discern the she part of her because she looks so fucking raggy, but no, it's a she. When I was in high school, I was a good skater. Yeah, yeah. When you start out young, yeah, you can get good. You can get real good. My nephew started, I used to take my nephew down to the parks and stuff and would encourage him to skate and stuff. Me, I wasn't really into it or anything like that, but yeah, he was doing all different kinds of challenges and stuff. He learned all different kinds of tricks on that shit. I swear to God. Let me think if I can remember some of the moves. There's um, a gainer, an ollie, um, kick flip, um, what's that other one? Hill flip. Um, ah, fuck. There's a lot of tricks you can do on a skateboard. Pop, shove it. Um, I mean, I learned all this just from watching my nephew. He did a lot of good tricks. Back in the day, we wore no helmets in skating, but I told people it's safe. Yeah, it's not. It's not a good idea to do. But my nephew, he didn't wear helmets too much either, and I always try to encourage him to do it because oh, but it makes you look like a dork. No, well then guess what? You get a split head, then how dorky are you? You're a dork for not wearing it. It's better for you to wear it than to go without. Back in the '60s, they didn't wear helmets. Yeah, that's right. Back in the '60s, maybe they didn't, but like right around the um, '80s, they weren't. They came out with all that safety equipment: knee pads, elbow pads, helmets. Free love, baby. I tell people you risk brain injury if you fall. Yeah, you can. Ain't no doubt about that. Enough people have wound up paralyzed from that shit because they were just too damn prideful or too damn stubborn to wear safety equipment. I mean, once you get good on a skateboard, um, then you can lapse off of some of the stuff. You know what you're capable of, and but still, it would be a good idea to wear it, regardless if you're experienced or not. The only reason why, once you become really good and experienced, that you would go without it is because of the fact that it causes lag, air lag, which could complicate some of your moves. So, you know, Yep, always be safe. It's better to be safe than sorry. I'm surprised nobody's come up backstage yet. Matter of fact, here, let me do this. Let me switch my camera around here. Camera. There we go. There's my big ass nose. Honk, honk. There we go. No, I got a big honking nose, don't I? But yeah, always be safe. A kickflip, yeah, it's that too. Nose right. Honk, honk. Honk, honk. Yeah, no, I got a big nose. Amanda, have you ever been in a back of a what? Skiing in a back of a car? Do you want to? Skiing in the back of a car? How do you ski in the back of a car? Oh, you know what? No, you know what? I've heard of that. Or you're traveling on a fucking a snow road, and the person wears skis and shit like that, and they got the cord tethered to the trunk, and they just ride along like the time of their life. I don't use vert. I street skate. It's funny. Back in the day, I used to do skating myself. I used to do tricks on skates. That was my childhood. I did a little bit of skateboarding, but not much. My mother thought that it was too unsafe for me, so she made sure the foster home that I was in took it from me so I wouldn't break my neck or whatever. So, as a matter of fact, I had one foster home that got me a bike, and she told him, "What are you doing? He's damn near legally blind. He'll hurt himself." They made him take the bike away. Got a bike for Christmas. Anthony, how you doing, brother? Mr. Grasshopper, how you doing, bro? Yeah, I got a bike one Christmas and had it for about 3 weeks. The foster parent pulled it away and got rid of it because my mother had a cow. He's gonna hurt himself. Well, look, Mama, I'm driving a car. Oh, Jesus Christ. I couldn't believe how touchy my mother was. Oh, not much. Just kicking it. As a matter of fact, I had a deal of a lifetime, folks, and I'll tell you about this. This is fucking crazy, man. When I turned 18 years of age, my mother sat there and had a sit down little love talk with me, right? She told me she made a deal of the century. All you have to do is stay home, keep the house clean. You don't have to go out and work or get a job or do any of that stuff, and you'll always have a place to stay, to live. You know what I did about that, folks? I packed my shit and left. The day after my fucking birthday, I moved out of my mother's house. Because, well, the foster home that I was in, I had some issues with it and didn't want to be there. So I bounced, and the social worker I had sat there because I bounced and I went home, is what it was. And when I went home, the social worker came to pick me up. And I told him I didn't want to go back to the place I was at because it was inappropriate for me to be there in the first place. And because that's another story I'll have to tell you another time. But the social worker agreed because it was only a few days before my 18th birthday. And she went back and she didn't turn me in or anything. She released me from the state still, and I was able to just stay at home. But the weird thing of it is, hey, coffee girl, hey, if you're new to the channel, subscribe and click on the bell notification. We're trying to accumulate like 50 likes. So if you can smash that like button for us, that'd be great. But yeah, so they let me stay at home and stuff. And my mother wanted to confine me, and I couldn't do that. I was like, nope, I don't want to be like the fools you have in your house now that want to live off of you. I wanted to get out, spread my wings, and be independent. So I moved out of my mom's house. The day after she had that discussion with me, that didn't mean that I didn't love my mother. I did love my mother, but I wanted to be independent. And I knew that living in her house, I wasn't going to be independent. And when I did move out, um, when I did get a job on my days off, I went home and visited. You know, my mom said she wanted to go shopping or anything like that. I'd go to the store with her, push her basket, spend time with her and stuff like that. So up until my mother, up until my mother died, I always paid attention to her. She didn't. I think, if anything, I think my mother respected me for me standing up for myself and being independent. She was one of them overprotective mothers, if you know what I mean. She was always worried about with my eyesight that I was going to hurt myself or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, it's just great to be independent. Uh, I just wish I didn't go down the road of going on disability. I kind of regretted that because going on disability at an early age, it's about that confinement all over again. And let me tell you, living off that type of income, having that kind of stress, they say it's a stress-free life, and I want to call bullshit on that play because they control what you do and how you do it. Right now as it sits, I may not be able to afford medical and shit like that. Cool, right on. But at least I have my independence. It might cost me my life, but who cares? I have my independence. Hey, coffee girl. Hey, anybody wanting to come up on panel, you're more than welcome to. There's the link. Click on it. It'll take you to deep in space. It'll take you to the back panel of StreamYards, where you got to enter your username for the panel, and then you just connect to it, and that'll put you up here to where I can bring you up and say hi. I like to sit down for myself. What? I like to sit down for myself. LOL. I'm lazy. Says, me too, Skull. I find it so exhilarating. Laugh my ass off. Yes. I might be struggling for I might be struggling through life getting shit done, but I'll tell you what, I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. Hey guys, let me ask you something. If I was to get like a GoFundMe, because one thing I do need to do is I do need to take care of my teeth, and I have had tremendous bad luck getting help doing that. And if I was to do like a GoFundMe to get dental care, would anybody give a shit? Would anybody donate to it? Because see, my problem is that the fact that I cannot afford it. I'm so far in the closet. I live in Namia, where I must be pronouncing that wrong. Nornia, probably not bulldog. LOL, just being real. Yeah, I know. Because the thing of it is see, I'm not foreign. I can't get the aid that these foreigners get. The ones that come over here illegally and shit. But it's nice and dandy that my tax-paying dollars go to pay for them, and it can't pay one dime to me, to myself. But you know what? Again, I got my dependents, so it's one of them things. Go on disability and have your medical costs covered for you, but yet be told how to live your life and shit like that, or say fuck it and have your dependents. Well, I kind of say fuck it, have your dependents, because as you know, on disability, you cannot own a four-wheeler. You can't even own a camper. And by God, you can't even own certain tools. It's considered a trade. You have anything that has any equity, you can't put money into an IRA. You can't do stocks or anything like that. You can't do a lot of shit. I'm telling you, the list is long. You can only own one car. You can own a house, but depending on what state you live in, you'd have to sign it over to the state if you ever died, and it can't go to your children. Now, the thing that I had going for me when I did file for disability back in the day is the fact that I had already been working. So I earned credits, which was good, but being how it was considered early, it wasn't good. I'll donate toward your bulldog. I've done it many times to genuine people. That's awesome. Yeah, because the only reason why I've always have had a hang up as far as doing something like that, doing a GoFundMe is, I work hard. I work 7 days a week, okay? And when I had my incident where I got struck by a car and the police did nothing about it, the person bailed, bounced. They weren't even going to make the effort to even go look for the person. And a couple days later, I stepped off a curb trying to get onto a bus and completely snapped my ankle when it was already badly sprained. I was out of the equation for 6 weeks. They wouldn't put me back to work, nothing. Well, no, when I broke my ankle that time, they did allow me to go back to work. I went back to work, and one of them, it's a special boot they put on you. They lightened my load to where I wasn't doing too much, which was good. But then the second time I had broken my ankle, they pulled me off of work and wouldn't even put me on a behind the desk job or nothing. So I knew it was going to hinder me from being able to financially carry myself. So I put out a GoFundMe, and I'll be goddamn. I mean, I took pictures, I did the whole 9 yards, explained my situation. Felt like an ass for doing it because when I put that GoFundMe out there, not one person donated, not $1. That was heart wrenching. I had to go get a loan. I had to do what I could to make it to get by. And at that time, my kid was a minor, and I was taking care of him all by myself. You know, so even though it was a hell of a bump in the road, I struggled, but I got through it. I got through it somehow, some miracle. I mean, God had to have been really over my shoulders. Because let me tell you, it wasn't easy, but I got through it without any help from any state agency or from the general public. I wish I could have had this deal here done with my teeth. I went to numerous outlet places a long time ago. Me, I don't even bother wasting my time doing it anymore. I'm going to let everyone talk it out. Why? What's going on? What's going on here? Oh, I heard a boop. Trying to read some of the chat here. Obviously, I missed something. Yeah. Uh, pages now. figure it out. That's what I learned to do. Yep. Very hard to do that shit on your own when you got little to damn near no income to play with. So it does become very hard. But you know what? That's the cost of your independence. And I'll say it again. I would much rather have my independence than rely on the government to take care of me. Because when the government steps in to take care of you, they put this big brick on you and hold you down. Okay. They put you under a lot of scrutiny. And it's just not worth it. Then why are you attacking me? Then what did I say? Oh, oh, yeah, let me grab the back panel real quick here. Oh, brother. Hold on. You're going live in 3, 2, 1. Hey, brother.
What's up, bulldog?
Yeah, I'm just trying to catch the chat here a little bit.
So let me. I came up here because I figured it was easier to just come up than the chat.
Yeah.
So I want to clear something up. Some things were said a couple nights ago about the whole Doug thing. It wasn't no real bashing. A lot of people comment about the night that Doug died, and they like to make comments about why you want lie, why he was on his deathbed and all that. So this is none of my business, dude. I mean, you were his friend for a long time. No, I was not making fun of you coughing. I rewatched your live yesterday. I caught the person who wanted to tell you who loves to start shit PvP, who loves to come in and type shit without anybody being in there to defend himself. By the way, I got word of it, which is why I came in here yesterday. I came in at the tail end and I caught it, and that's why PvP blocked me so that I couldn't see his comments when I actually did see your live this morning. And then he changed his name to Danny. And so when I came in today, he started making comments again. So let me address PvP. When you just asked about the GoFundMe, everybody has a right to do what they think they need to do to survive in this world. Okay. For 33 years of my life, I'm 52 now. So I want to say since I was about 14 years old, I've always had the want to work. Okay. I've always wanted to earn money. Okay. Now, here recently in the last 2 years, I've developed some health issues which have prevented me from doing the physical labor that I've always had to do to survive. And I sold my business. Now,
Right.
I don't come on here and tell everybody about that because, frankly, it's none of anybody's business, especially someone like PvP.
Yeah,
Now,
that's where I thought, you know what? That's what. Yeah, when I made that comment that one day, I kind of backtracked a little bit because I think what it was, we had that type of conversation on Mary's thing. That's where I heard it from.
what?
Because I was making that kind of a comment, and you went, no, don't get it wrong, Bulldog. And I was. It's not that I was getting it wrong. I was just putting it out of place, and it
What do you
wasn't my
mean?
place. About the disability thing and stuff like
Oh,
that.
no. The disability thing, listen, I
And
don't
that's what.
qualify for disability. At first I thought I was going to have to do that because of my situation, but
Mhm.
I've got bills that, like I can't just sit here and wait for the state to determine that. I have to go out and
Right.
work, and I've got like health issues and I've got things that's got to be taken care of. Now
Right.
here in the last couple of days, people have gotten things a little mixed up, and I need to set the record straight because some people went on Carter's live last night and were making a few comments that I see where Amanda can take that I may have been bullying him a little bit, but she didn't watch the backstory to that in order to understand why things were taking place the way they were. Now, if you've ever watched any of my videos, you know that I like to be a little silly when I do a video. And
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know that. I mean, you've known me for over a year now.
Right.
And I am not trying to bully Kim off of the internet. I am pissed off at Kim because I don't know if it was last Friday, but it was the Friday before when I had Kim up on my panel and I was trying to help Kim get away from someone that everybody else was trying to help Kim get away from, which is Harry. Harry is a womanizer. He is cheating on Kim. He has had Kim do stuff like, I will give you an example, Bulldog. He has asked Kim to go across the Mexican border and get Kim drugs. Whether it be, I don't give a fuck what kind of drug it is. If it's not FDA approved in the United States, you're not allowed to bring it across the border and mail it to Florida. It's against the law.
By doing that, you don't know if it's going to be laced with fentanyl. You got
Exactly. And so,
I wouldn't risk
you know, Kim accused me of a bunch of shit. She was talking crap about me, and Kim wanted to come up on my panel that Friday night, and I was going to lay into her. Like, I was going to fucking go off on her. But you know what? I said, let me take a different approach, and I called her out on a few things, but then I mellowed out, and I just started going at her, trying to help her. And I had Kim to a point where she actually said, okay, I'm done with Harry. The minute she blocked Harry, then she started backpedaling, and she's like, I just don't know. And, you know, and then I could tell that this was going to be right back to the next day. She was going to be back with Harry, which the next day, because she rage quit off of my panel, she dropped down. And not even 5 minutes after she was off my panel, she went live and she started talking a bunch of shit about me. No one's going to keep me away from Harry and this and that. And then the next day, she's talking shit about me, giving me the middle finger, saying fuck all my people that tried to help her and all this. And then her and Harry were just the whole day talking about how it wasn't drugs, it was aspirin and this and that. So then Sunday morning, and this is where Amanda needs to pay attention, okay? Harry decides that he wants to send Elaine a message saying, I hope Gene enjoys his acid bath. His acid bath. Now, this is a guy, Bulldog, before Kim met Harry, was involved in a double homicide.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, and I don't hear nobody saying anything about that. So, yes, I heard her up on Carter's panel last night saying I did a wellness check on Harry. No, I never sent the police to Harry's house. I filed a police report in St. Mary's County where I live, but I never sent the cops to his house. Okay? So let's get that lie straightened out. And second of all, I took his threat very seriously because he told Elaine a couple of days ago that he was going to head north, which I took as a threat that he was going to head this way and do either harm to me or my wife. Being that he had criminal charges brought against him, I'm not going to play around with that. Okay? So, as far as Kim goes, when Kim started talking about me in that way and saying fuck you to me when I tried to help her, yes, I made some videos about her that she didn't like. And it wasn't just me telling her that her dog wasn't pregnant. It was 500 other people that are her trolls that she thinks are her friends. And the people that have subscribed to her. Because right now she's got like 780 some people as subs that are trolling the living shit out of her, that have doxed Harry's address in her chat, and it has nothing to do with me, Kim. Nothing to do with me. But 2 nights now, I've heard nothing about me being a bully and making videos. And PvP, y'all are coming at me and saying that I'm the one doing stuff to her. But you got to read the backstory before you come at me. And then I see you over here in Bulldogs trying to get him mad at me for shit that was said, and you don't know the backstory.
And did it work?
No, because that's why I'm up here. I deal with things directly. I'm a straightforward person because I've known you. I've dealt with you more than I have PvP and Amanda. And see, I'm not going to go at it with Amanda because we've been down that road. I'm not going to go. I'm not going to yell. I'm not going to scream. I'm just going to say, PvP, leave me the hell alone, dude. We had our beef. You said some horrible shit about my wife and my kids. Matter of fact, I'm still waiting for the apology for you saying my niece, and my nephew's names on Amanda's live. I didn't get that.
Yeah, I've known PvP for a long time, and I know he can get a little carried away sometimes. PvP is he's a character. But more or less though, Grasshopper, he is pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't have like. I'm not going to sit here every day when I have life problems that I'm dealing with and keep going back and forth on the internet with him and Amanda and Kim. I could care less. Kim, if you do whatever the fuck you want to do, it's you that's got to deal with the police when they come knocking at your door, because when you put something in the mail, they're going to find out and they're going to come to your door. I won't have shit to say about it. Okay? Nothing to say about it. But as far as Amanda and PvP, I'm done making videos. I don't give a fuck anymore. It is what it is. Okay. You heard her say on Carter's panel last night, Gene didn't make me get off the internet. I'm off because of my dog. I'm dealing with Harry and the threats that he made towards me and my family. That's what I'm dealing with. So it is what it is.
The reason why I did what I did with Doug's situation is me and Doug had these type of talks. He wanted to keep most of it off of the internet, and I did. I kept, if you notice, I haven't streamed for a long time.
Yeah.
He wanted
absolutely.
He wanted me to get back into doing the breakfast with Bulldog, and I didn't want to get into it because loose lips sink ships.
Yeah.
But when it came down to it, he loved all the people that followed him.
Yeah.
Okay, and he did want his people in his ordeal. But more or less, believe me, it's a clusterfuck.
Mm-hmm.
But
you know how it goes, Bulldog. I mean, people are going to say what they're going to say,
and they do. And I did what I did because I cared about Doug. Okay, and it is what it is, And Doug was right. When this shit was going to pop off, they were going to pop up a stream. So I beat them to the goddamn punch. And, I put a wrench in their shit.
Yeah.
Because guess who else went live that night?
Who's that?
I live. That's right.
Right.
So people were over there telling them, and the thing of it is he might have heard what he was hearing from Bridget's mouth. Well, guess who was at the hospital? It certainly wasn't Bridget.
Right.
It was Ollie. And Ollie did, granted, Ollie set me straight on a couple things. Like, Bridget was informed first. And I came on and I set the record straight on the whole ordeal. I admitted my faults on that kind of ordeal to say that, to give acknowledgement, to know that Bridget was informed the day prior to any of this stuff, and that they were FaceTiming and all that, because she was FaceTiming with me as well.
Right.
She was doing that with me, and it was on my live stream where she was claiming that there was misinformation. There was no misinformation. I wasn't putting out any misinformation because you could hear Ollie on the damn phone on my stream.
Right.
You know that I was live stream, because she was like, Bulldog, are you live streaming? I said, yes, because that's particularly when it came down to it, that's what Doug wanted me to do.
Right.
And that's okay. I wasn't doing it out of disrespect. I didn't show any derogatoriness on my stream in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
I mean, she showed me Doug. I did not try to put him in that condition on that live. That would have been inappropriate. It would have been inappropriate, and it would have been fucked up.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I, I mean, you're going to have people who are going to say things about that. I mean, that's there's nothing you can do about that. I mean, you and Doug had a good relationship, and
Yeah, we did.
I mean, I got to talk to Doug on the phone one time. I've never met him in life, in real person or whatever, but he seemed like a decent guy. He had his struggles the last couple of years of his life. A lot of it stemmed from when AGP died, and I think that the relationship him and Mike had kind of crumbled after that, and it didn't work out the way that he wanted it to. And death has its way of tearing things apart. And I think it did a lot of damage to Mike. Because him and his dad were close. So
Yeah, and I
who knows
understand.
what could have happened? It could have done things to him that I don't know. I mean, I can't speak on it because I don't know. Like I've never met the dude, but you know, Baron Hush.
Now,
But
Isaac, like I said, Isaac said it best when he said tempers are going to fly. People can be upset about this ordeal and all that, and he was right, and because it's what you call the grievance process. You know what I
yeah,
mean? So, I mean, to me, I think that portion of it's over. I think it is what it is.
yeah,
And it just does no good to beat a dead horse in the ground. It's just
right,
it's not going to accomplish anything. It's not going to make things better for the situation at hand. It is what it is. And when we do this send off for Doug, because Doug's gonna, Ollie's gonna like, she's gonna, because I don't know. I'm gonna need to get a hold of Ollie to find out what true is gonna go on with that, because I don't care who does it,
right,
because she told me she wants to live stream it up on my panel, but then I got Caitlin telling me she was telling her she wants to do it on her panel, and
right.
I don't care whose panel she does it on. Frankly, as long as Doug gets a proper send off of what his wishes were, which is to be his ashes to be spreaded out, in 4 different spots. And the one that she wants to live stream is the one where she's over the fishing hole where he loved to fish, and she's
Yeah,
going to send his ashes out.
yeah,
So that, I want that to go as peaceful as possible.
yeah,
If they come on my panel, I do want to welcome Bridget and Michael if they want to do it. If they want to come in and be a part of the deal of sending Doug off, and we'll do the same way in a respectful manner that Isaac did, because he wouldn't put up with any trash talk in his chat. He was having his people slapping people left and right.
yeah.
And we'll do the same thing here, because it's not about fucking who's wrong, who's right, or anything like that. It's to respect the rights of the individual that's passed.
Yeah, I mean it's like the comment when you asked about the GoFundMe, and PvP made the comment, I'll donate to you because I always donate to genuine people, inferring that I'm not a genuine person. When I put let me just say this, okay? About 2 months ago, when we were working, when I was working, and my wife and I, we've been struggling now for about 3 months. And we got to a point where we didn't know what we were going to do. And some friends of mine, suggested put up a GoFundMe, and see if that helps. And I've been on here long enough to know what happens when you do that. You're going to get shit. You're going to get trolled. You're going to hear crap. And when you get to a point where you don't have a choice, I did it because I didn't have a choice. Okay. Now I have never done anything to give a person the reason to think that I'm a disingenuine person. I've never been dishonest with anybody on this platform, anywhere. I've never lied to anyone. I've never done anything to anyone that would make you think that I am any kind of person other than who I am, which is the person that you see right here. If I got a fucking problem with you, I will come to you and I will apologize. I will make things right with you. That's how I
Now,
am.
see, now that part I believe about you, because I've known you. Anytime
Exactly.
any shit talking coming, you come up on a person's paddle. So when I was being told about shit talking over on your thing, what did I do? I took it like a water off a duck's back.
Yeah, I mean, have I said
And
things about people and done things? Yeah, I have. But you know, I've been out of line before, and you know what? I've seen things, and I've had an opinion on it, and I should have just kept my mouth shut. But you know what? Sometimes I speak out of turn when I shouldn't, and for that I am sorry. You know, and hey, we all do things that we regret,
that's right.
but you know what? Right now, I'm going through a very fucking difficult time in my life. But to
Yeah.
sit here and be called not a genuine person because of that, that's an insult to me. Because I have, you know, I don't have a whole lot in this world, but I do have my word. You know, if I teach my kid anything in this world is to fucking stick by your word and to be honest with people. I mean, I've always managed to fucking make it in any situation that I've ever been through. But this situation I'm in right now is really fucking bad. And to sit there and make fun of me because not a whole lot of people donated to me, I had four close friends of mine donate to me. Well, three, and one of them was LaKara. And I appreciate her doing that. I didn't ask her to do that. I didn't even know that she did it until I saw the thing come up. And that was thrown back in my face that she did it when she was yelling at me. But three of my close friends did it. And I'm not, listen, if you don't, you don't. I'm not upset if you don't. I understand why. But somehow, some way, I'll make it through this situation. But if you find enjoyment out of tearing someone apart during a miserable time in their life, then that tells me a lot about your character as a fucking human being.
Exactly. Right.
Okay? Because I'll tell you something right now, it's fucking terrible for me. It is fucking terrible for me.
I'm sorry to hear about your troubles, brother. Really,
You know?
I am. My heart goes out to you.
So, and it is not easy. It is it is super hard. To just 2 days after fucking New Year's Eve or New Year's Day, your boss calls you up into the office and you think nothing's wrong. The guy, your new boss, tells you everything's going to be great. And then they fucking pull you up into the office and say you're fired for no goddamn reason. And I come home and I'm hoping that my wife's not home because I got to fucking pray that she's not there so I can figure out how I'm going to tell her. And she's home and I got to fucking tell her the minute I walk through the door. And she starts fucking flipping out, you know, and we're already like 2 months behind on our rent and everything else. And so now all the pressure's on her because I still haven't found a job, you know?
Yeah.
So to those who get enjoyment out of that, enjoy, you know, please, by all means, and then turn around and call me a bully because my intentions with Kim was to fucking try and help her because so that you know what she was doing, she was admitting to fucking crimes on Alive, where she can be thrown in a federal prison or killed. Killed by the Mexican drug cartel. Killed. Shit that YouTube may not be able to do anything about, but what she's doing could get her killed. And I'm trying to tell her, beat it into her head, what the fuck are you doing? That's why I got so heated with her, and that's why I made the videos. But you know what? I'm done talking about her. I don't care what happens as of right now. I don't care anymore. I will take down the videos I made of her. I am finito, done. I don't give a shit anymore. If her dog's pregnant, I salute. God bless. Great. Enjoy the 2 puppies you're going to have. I got my own fucking problems. But I'm not going down this street where we've already been with PvP, Amanda, and all. I'm not doing that shit. I got my own goddamn problems to worry about that I got to deal with.
Yeah, sometimes it's just better well left alone, you know.
And one other thing I want to address that I thought was funny was Kim was trying to tell me about my dog being underweight.
Your dog's weight's fine. Jesus.
Kim was like, "Have you seen his dog? Oh my God, he is so underweight." Kim, you don't know the first goddamn thing about a German Shepherd, do you? Do you know that his breed is fucking prone to hip dysplasia?
Yep.
German Shepherds should not be over 100 pounds. People want them to be that big for their ferociousness, but if they're over 100 pounds, they don't live very long.
That's right.
Okay?
I know that for a fact. My stepdad was a sheriff out here in California, and he was a canine handler, and at no time was his dog ever permitted to be over a certain weight. If he was over a certain weight, he was pushed into retirement early. So
because they can't survive. Their back hips, they suffer from ruptured discs, hip dysplasia. My last German Shepherd, he had something genetic going on because we didn't get him from a breeder. He lost use of his hind legs. He became paralyzed, and we had to put him down. And so
they're not children's dogs, because children to climb on their backs, and which will fuck their hips up even further. So it's German Shepherds are a breed in itself. They're great dogs. They're fucking excellent. But if you mishandle them or mistreat them as far as their diet and what have you not's concerned, they'll live a rough life. So if you gotta take good care of a German Shepherd, it's the best dog you can ever have.
Yeah.
That dog you got, I saw that video you put out. Very healthy dog. Very healthy. Beautiful. Man, good shiny coat and everything on that dog. That dog's me.
Yeah, we personally got him from a breeder in North Carolina who breeds police line dogs. His mother and father were both police canines. And so he is totally different from the other dog that we had. I mean, his demeanor, his everything, his genetics is totally made up. I just saw a comment from Amanda down in the thing I want to address. Amanda, I did not say that I called the police on Harry to go to his house. I filed a police report for the death threat that he made. Okay. I made one phone call to the police. I never said I called the cops on Kim, and I never had the cops go to Harry's house. Okay. So I may have said that in the videos to troll Kim, but that's not actually what happened. Okay. So that's that's just how it is. I mean, when you guys only came, would you steal him? But that's when you try and help somebody and they pull their pants down and they take a giant shit on you for trying to help them. Because if it were me, and this is just me, Bulldog, if it were me, and I watched a video about 10 years ago of the Mexican drug cartel with three gentlemen with fucking hoods over their head, pulling them out front, going, "Como te llamas?" And they would say their name, and then they would say something in Spanish, and then they would take machetes and they chop their heads completely off in a fucking cornfield.
They don't play out there.
Okay. And this is the type of people Kim's dealing with to go get drugs for her boyfriend, Harry, the guys that she loves so much. And Kim doesn't understand that.
Tell her to follow this guy on YouTube. There's a guy go out. His name's Barry Cooper. That guy is he was an ex-law enforcement and everything. He can tell you how them cartels are down there. That'll flip your mind. I swear to God. Them people down there, they don't play.
I didn't know that she had done this until somebody told me that she did this. They showed me the clip of her showing the box where she put the pills in the box. And then she said, "Oh, I'm mailing this to Harry." When I found that fucking shit out, I was like, what are you doing? And you're admitting to this on a live, Kim. Do you know what would happen to you if that shit got back to them? Then last week, somebody clipped her saying that her ex-husband worked for the fucking cartel, but he doesn't anymore because he got a better job.
No.
How would you say that?
Okay, first of all, that's not true. And I'll tell you, those people ain't going to let you walk away. I'm sorry. You're not walking away for a so-called better job, because let me tell you, you get paid good doing that shit. So that's bullshit right there. And secondly, they're not going to just let you walk away and tell your story.
Fuck no, they're not going to let you walk away. But the fact that she's saying that, if someone, and you don't know who the fuck, I would never, like, you will never have to worry about me going, because first of all, I don't even know who the fuck I would send something like that to. Second of all, I want nothing to do with that. And third of all, there are sick people on here that will get, if it gets into the right hands, you're going to end up, even the cop that was sitting here in my living room said, if she is doing that, she better fucking stop immediately, because she can end up with her head in a hole covered with branches.
Mm-hmm.
Or they'll just mail her fucking head back to her parents or her family. That's what I was trying to do for Kim. But when she rage quit on me and fucking shit on me, well, it is what it is.
Yeah. Now I would just leave it alone.
Yep. That's all I'm going to do.
You try and help, and if the help is not wanted, just leave it be.
Yeah.
That's
pretty much all I was trying to do. And she just took a shit on all of us. I mean, people down in the chat were trying to, like, we've said this to her, Gene. She's not going to listen to you. And I honestly thought I got through to her, Bulldog. Seriously, I honestly thought I got through to her until she fucking did that. And I was so pissed.
Well, now you know you haven't. Just wash your hands of it. Wash your hands of it. You know.
But all this shit, making these videos and all that. I'm done with it. Like, seriously. Like my dog, he weighs fucking 94 pounds. Okay, he's a big boy. He's all muscle. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
You get so many, like those videos I put out. They get anywhere, they get a lot of views, and you always get them people, why is he chained up? Let me make another announcement. In the state of Maryland where I live, there's a leash law, and I can't just turn him loose. We don't have a fence. I can't just say, go on outside and go poopy. Because if I turn him loose out the door and somebody's out there and he runs off and bites somebody, then we're going to lose him.
Or
he has to.
He doesn't even have to bite anybody. All you got to do is approach them, barking at them, and they take it as an aggressive action. That's all it's got to take.
Yep. Yeah. Well, they'll come and they'll give me a ticket for him not being on a leash, and and I'll get a fine and everything, and then eventually they'll come and they'll take him from me, and then I'll end up with a bigger fine, and it'll just keep going on and on. Because there's something called a leash law in our county. I have to have him on a run.
Yep.
So I just the videos y'all saw where I just kept getting them fucking comments, and I'm like, people, I'm not putting him out. It's not like one of them in the arms of an angel. It's not one of them situations. God damn, man. People like, I'm getting all these great comments, and then there's those ones like, look at how cruel he is. He's so sad. I'm like, what the fuck? Do you have like a goddamn computer where you can make it bigger, make it bigger? Look at them little eyes. They're so sad. Come on, man.
No, that's what that video was all about, where he was all happy and go lucky and
he
was on the leash.
Yeah, put him on a fucking do an interview with him and ask him, are you sad?
Are you
sad? What's your safe word? Like, come on, man. Goddamn, man. I can't win for losing, man. It's just like
it's pineapple.
I got
She's doing.
It's amazing. They don't give a fuck about me. I put the dog on. My wife said that to me yesterday. She said, "Honey, they don't care about you. They love the dog." I got fucking almost 9,000 views off his one video that I put up. So shit.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I put a video up of me. Pshaw, man. No one wants me. Shit. But no, that's what I mean. I mean, it's just you can't win for losing, man. And so that's why I wanted to come up, because I'm like trying to type it in the chat, and it's like, man, fuck that. I'm just coming up and talking. It's easier,
Yeah. Well, we'll keep things peaceful, brother.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what I want to do. I don't want to fight with nobody, especially with her, because she don't come on no more. And people are like, oh, you bullied her off the internet. No, I didn't. All I was trying to do was help her, and it's like, then I find out she goes up on Carter's panel. I'm not mad at Carter. I mean, he just wanted to do a live last night, and her and Amanda were up there, and they were, I don't want to be known as a bully, but fuck, you know.
Oh my God.
Hey, did I hear? I heard in your live yesterday that Michael and Bridget have Doug's ashes.
They have half his ashes, yes.
Oh, so are they going to keep his ashes, or what are they going to do?
I believe so. I was just glad to know that she's not alienating her father like that, and that I
Yeah.
can appreciate. Because to me, I mean, that's my whole thing going off on the whole ordeal of all that shit that they were putting out. But I talked to a really good, reliable source, and a couple of them
Right.
know that they're not doing that kind of thing, and I've backed off from this shit because honestly, the only reason why I'm really hurt about this shit is for the last couple of years I've been working on him and his demeanor to try to smooth things over so he could be in his daughter's life with the
Right.
despite the way Michael is or whatever the case may have been. If his number one goal was to be with his daughter, that's what he should have been focused in on, and
Yeah.
not this bullshit that was going behind all of that. And I guess Isaac's been working on him with that very same thing of rehashing things to get the thing going. And I mean, you can't help but be upset when that threshold has been crossed to the point that it just didn't work itself out.
Yeah. Well, time caught up to him. I mean, his health
Yeah,
just didn't allow him the time to really.
it's not just that; it's just as much their fault as it is his.
Yeah, it
They're
is. I
adults.
mean,
They're adults too. I mean, for God's sakes. But you know
she's
what?
old enough to be able to have known. She could have done something too. Like,
Oh, no doubt.
but I think this whole YouTube thing just kind of, got like really put a fucking huge block in the way. And
They
but
wanted it to
I
be.
know deep down in her heart that she probably really now feels bad, and rightly so. I mean,
Yeah, and
hopefully she finds some peace.
and that's what I'm hoping, and that's why I'm backing away from everything because honestly, mm, you know, it was heart wrenching, the whole damn thing, and
Hmm.
that's what you know. And I know I've went off
No.
quite a for the last few days on it,
Yeah.
but like I said, the grieving part of that part's pretty much done.
Yeah.
There's nothing anybody can say or do that's gonna bring him back. And I don't want anybody hurt psychologically over it, not in any
No.
way, shape, or form.
No.
It is what it is, and for her to do something like taking his ashes and stuff like that, and treating it with respect, that's a good thing. That's a positive, and you
For
can't.
her to show emotion on camera, tells me that there was love. I mean, she loved her dad, but it was hard. Anytime you have that kind of relationship, it's hard for people to be to swallow their pride. Whether it be the daughter or the dad. They both had pride.
Right. Oh
Who's
no,
going to
there's.
bend first? That's what it was.
But here's the thing about that, grasshopper. If they had that much, if they were brought up with respect, they should have known better.
Get over here.
Doug is elder. They should
Get
have.
over here.
They should have respected Doug
Yeah.
more so than Doug's respect for them.
Come on up.
Michael's got to understand that's his daughter. He's going to find that out later down the road when his daughter brings a boyfriend over to meet her dad.
Yeah.
He's going to have that understanding. You know what I mean? And then
Yep.
it's going to hit him. Now I understand what Doug gone through.
Yep.
Because the thing of it is, you know, I mean, hell, back in your day and my day, we respected our elders, and we didn't do that. You know, we thrived to, if we had a bad impression brought on by the father of the girl, we did what we could to out of respect for that father to do the right things, to make that father look at us in a better light.
Yeah.
Okay, it ain't like that anymore. It ain't, you know, and that's the crying shame of the way things are today. It's not like that anymore. Now it's like these
No.
kids are so disrespectful toward their elders. You know,
Well, I mean, I hope for Mike's sake that Mia, I mean, she'll have a good life. I mean, Mike's got money, and he should be able to keep her on the straight and narrow. Um, I don't know, but it's
yeah.
taking a look at his nephews and the trouble that they've gotten into. You know, I would hope that Mia and Mikey will not go down that same road. But you know, you're right. I mean, when she gets a little older and starts dating boys and stuff,
Old dad's gonna have to fend off them boys there.
yeah,
You
I
know,
mean, she's going to be a little heart throb. I mean, she's not going to stay young forever.
that's right. And she's gonna, you know, from the teachings that he learned growing up from his parents, I don't know what kind of teachings that is. That would say to be disrespectful to the fucking daughter's fucking father. But you know, I don't know. It shines a light as to what kind of person AGP really was. What kind of person really was? Was
Yeah,
he to have a son to do that? You know, my son would never do that. I kid you not. I taught my boy to be respectful. I
yeah,
did. I've gotten a lot of compliments on how I've raised my son. He's my
mhm,
son's in person. And I'm grateful for that. Honest to God, I flip backwards and say, I thank God I did it. You know, I must have done something right raising him if I've got all them compliments about him. And he wasn't easy. He's an autistic person, okay?
yeah,
And for him to be able to do the things he's doing in life, he's doing the right things. He's got a
yeah,
job, he's holding down, he's doing fucking awesome. Dude, my son makes more money than his old man, and he's got better benefits than his old man ever fucking had.
yeah.
No kidding. His medical shit. Just last week, I kind of got a little depressed, but you know what? It's all good. He's reining in on his parade, and it's cool. It's right on. But you know what he
Right.
told me? Dad, does your job give you any kind of bonus? And I told him, bonus? Why? And he goes, well, I was just wondering. I says, no, I don't get any bonuses of any kind. Why? He goes, well, we got a bonus. And I says, really? What kind of bonus? He goes, I got $1,200.
Damn.
I was like, damn, that's a hell of a good bonus. Well, keep up the great work. Keep up the great work and keep getting them bonuses.
Yeah, yeah. I
I
mean,
mean,
hopefully you want from them what you want them to do better. Like my son, he's got a full-time job and he's got benefits and everything. And I mean, he got a lot of his mouth from his mom. I mean, he's got some of my temper in him, and he gave a lot of it to me. And a lot of that came from our divorce and everything. But until he's about 25, when they grow out of it, I'll still get some of it, you know, and we'll have our talks and stuff. But he has to learn, he has to learn and go through it. And one day we'll have our day where he'll have his understanding of things better than what he does now.
uh,
But he won't, like, if he's around family, he won't act like that. But boy, when he's around me and my wife, man, it's like F this, F that, F you, F me, F your dog. But let his grandfather be around. His grandfather hurt him one time, boy, and he got put in place. But it's just that lack of respect. you know, because of our divorce and everything. But you know, his doctor said that it just comes with age, and you know, when he's about 25, when he's fully mature, you know, he'll grow out of a lot of that and come around. And but you try and teach them as best as you can, and but it ain't like when we were growing up, because they don't have the same, like, they don't have the same uh background, and I mean, not background, but like
Morals and values. That's what you're looking for.
values and environment, you know, that we did. I mean, it's totally different, you know. And so you just have to rely on time, you
Yeah,
know.
it made it hard in our generation because
Mhm.
the government started stepping into the home to tell you how it is for you to raise your children. And if you were going to go offset from that, then child protective services would be there to take your kids and stuff like that. And that's just that, that child agency, protection agency wasn't designed or brought up to just fuck with any family. Okay, it was
Yeah.
made that way to get a child out of an abusive home. A truthful abusive home. For a parent that gave a child a swat on the ass is not being abused. They stopped.
No.
They had to enter the home to stop a kid going to school with bruises and fucking broken bones and shit. That's understandable. But for them to say that you can't swat your kid on the ass or put him in timeout and shit like that, or
Hmm.
nowadays they're saying you're emotionally distraughting them and they're this and they're that. I say, government, get the fuck out of the home. You know,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
didn't I didn't let them dictate my shit when I was going through the crap. And I would encourage others to not let them do it either. The
Yeah.
thing of it is, it's fucking our children up to a point of no return.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I wish that they were around when I was getting my ass beat, because I got ass whoopings all the time. You
Yeah,
know,
me too. You know what's me? The first time I got an ass whooping
my
by my
girl.
mother, you know what she told me? Go out and get me a twig off the damn tree.
Yep.
So you went out thinking, well, if the thinner the twig I get, the less it's gonna hurt.
Yep. Fuck no, those were the worst, because those bend more.
Those worst. Those were the worst, and I
Yep.
had my ass. Oh yeah, I
Yep.
learned really quick.
Bring them with no. Don't bring them with leaves or nothing like that. They got to be completely thinny and flexible.
Uh-huh.
You know. So, but yeah, I mean, that's just how it is. You know.
Don't be a smart ass. Don't don't be a smart ass and get the thick one either, because they'll break that bitch over your back. No, then that would be abuse. But no, no, it was what it was. But you know
Yeah.
what? I never say that I didn't deserve what I got to an extent. I would
Yeah.
say that, but
Probably
you
not all the time. I mean,
yeah,
but they had to do what they had to do, I guess. You know. So, but now you can't fucking touch your kids. You know, if you do, oh my god, you know, you got
oh
nine
no,
different people showing up at your friggin' house wanting to take you to jail and all this other
no.
shit.
It's like I said, pick your battles, and you can punish your child. Most states have lifted a lot of that shit. They now they're going after people that have physically beaten their kids. Okay, they won't just fucking rake you over the coals if you swat your kid on the ass or something. As long as you're not uh, you know overdoing it, the states will permit you to do it now.
Yeah.
But it depends on the state you're in. It
Yeah.
does. Some schools have even brought back corporal punishment. Take
Hmm.
3 days suspension or one, two, or three swats on the ass.
Yeah.
Okay, and the parents are okay with it. They give
Well,
it the choice.
I mean, I I don't know. I mean, with what's going on with kids doing what they're doing in schools, you got to fucking do something because it's gotten really bad.
Yeah, it's gotten really bad.
So I don't know. They're making us look like rookies.
Yeah, and do by any and all means learn what your rights are. I know this
Yeah,
shit ain't taught to your schools anymore, but you know what? Insist that you have your child know their rights
yeah.
and know your rights too when dealing with them damn bully school boards.
Hmm.
Tell you, I mean, right off the bat, they're trying to get your kids to sign contracts and shit. And you know, no child can be held by any contract without an adult. In
No,
other words,
kids aren't fucking They're not like old enough to understand what the hell a contract means.
that's right. But yet,
That's just
just
in
like
an
what?
adult's mind. That's just their like in an adult's mind. That's just their way of saying, "Ooh, you signed it. I get to do what I want now." You know, I mean, that's horseshit.
Oh
You
no!
know,
See what it is that's their trickery way of getting the parent to do it because they know that it's not binding in any court.
right?
So that's they need parent. And you know, I refuse to do that shit, and I tell them point blank, "I'm sorry, you present that kind of thing because they need consent to go through their locker for anything and stuff
Hmm.
like that." When he was going through school, even though they assigned him a locker, I told him, no, just tell him, no, you'll bring your stuff home. And I had him bring his stuff home every day.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because shit can happen. Okay, them lockers, you know, a kid can slip something in your locker and then go play tattletale. And yeah, that can end badly because possession's 9/10 of the law. If it's in your fucking locker, you're bound to it. And they don't care if you never use the locker or anything like that.
Yeah.
That's why I always telling them no, because I've ran across kids back in my day that never, you know, that was a good way of getting even with somebody. Get a little bit of weed, a little bit of fucking coke, and slip it through the crack of the fucking locker.
Hmm.
As long as it's in that fucking locker, that's enough for them. They don't give a shit of how innocent you are. The proof's in the pudding. It's in the damn locker. It's your done deal. You're gone. And they don't. You know, nowadays that have that zero tolerance shit. Nope. Just any little bit can hang you up, and it all starts with a contract.
Yeah.
Without that contract, they have to involve the law. The law has to what? Obtain a warrant. They can't obtain a warrant on somebody's word. They have to have physical evidence
Well, they
that
just bring a
some,
drug dog down the hallway. They just bring a
yeah,
drug dog. They don't even need to fucking open your locker.
that's right. That's right. That's right.
That's
And
how
you
they used to
think,
do it. And then once the dog has hit on your locker, then they have probable cause to go in without a warrant,
that's
and
right.
then they can go in and they can seize whatever's in your locker.
And that's another thing. The police do not belong in school. Security, you're concerned about child safety, hire security,
Yeah.
armed security if you want. But no, under no circumstances do the police belong in our schools.
Yeah, look what's
So
happening now, and they've got fucking police officers in the schools, and the shit's still happening.
that's right.
Shit's still getting snuck into schools, and stuff's happening, and you can't do a damn thing about it.
You got them being rough with your children.
Hmm.
And, you know, I'm sorry, there's just too much scrutiny over it. I mean, back in my day in high school, we had armed security, no police. They weren't in there busting our chops. They weren't in there rousting us at every chance they got. They just kept an eye out for anything, you know, that could be terroristic or, you know, that was afoot. You know, that's what their job was. They
Yeah.
weren't to beat on children, to rough handle them. They weren't there to do any of that stuff. But now, the moment they intervene by putting police in schools, you got more physical incidences with children and the police officers that it's bad. And then you got this thing with the PTA. A lot of these bullies' mothers or fathers are on the PTA. And when their kid goes to bully other fucking kids, it get brushed under the under the rug, and your kid is on the chopping block. You have any idea how many times I went down to my son's school over something another kid has done to my kid, to where they wanted to do something to my kid for their actions? I wouldn't stand for it. I've got my kid out of some humdingers over things he didn't do.
Right.
It was the other kid. You know, I had a kid. In other words, I'll give you an example. One day, I got called to my son's school because a teacher wanted to have a talk with me because a kid came up to my son and kept grabbing him, and he pushed him away. He
Mm-hmm.
didn't grabbing on him, and so the teacher sat there and told me that my son was being physical. And I told her, I said, ma'am, you're explaining to me that this kid is coming up and grabbing him, even if it's hugging. If he's not asking for it's not, I'm sorry, it's not appropriate. And the teacher was like dumbfounded that I would have an answer like that. But just as we adjourned our meeting and we were walking out, this kid ran right up to my son and wrapped his arms around him. And my son like shrugged it off. And I looked at my son, in which my son didn't take an aggressive stance like he wanted to fight him or anything. He just didn't want him grabbing him. Then I looked up at the teacher because the teacher saw the exact same thing I just saw.
Right.
And she had this look, like she looked at me and then looked back down at the kids. And then she got in the middle and said, no, no, here, go this way. And I was like, yeah, exactly. Now, if my son would have done something physical to him, that would have been on that boy, not my son's. Because what do you teach? What are you teaching them here? If they can come up and just grab on you whenever they feel like it, I
Yeah.
mean, you say you should have this space. That's invading his space. That's just not
Yeah.
appropriate. And so the teacher let it go. And then next thing you know, I get called to school again because on the playground, they had them bouncy things, in preschool, they got them things where you get on, you rock on them and stuff.
Yeah.
My son was sitting on one of them and he was rocking on it. And this is the exact story the teacher told me because I guess she observed the whole thing because she's telling me this. She said he was playing on the thing and this kid went over and he pushed him off of it. And my son, he got up and pushed him back, pushed him off of it and jumped back on it. And when he jumped back on it, was playing on it, the kid got up, didn't like the idea he was being pushed down. He grabbed my kid's arm and bit it. They wanted to suspend my boy for his aggression, and they were going to let that kid stay in school. And I said, no, no, that's not happening.
Right.
You're going to do something about it, and you're going to do the appropriate thing. Because I told her, I said, if you observe this going on, why didn't you step in and get in between it? Uh, 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 uh. That's all I got. And I
Yeah.
told her, no, you're not pulling my kid out. You're going to pull that other kid out because that kid physically assaulted him. And not only did add insult to injury, and when I looked at his arms, I didn't see any bite marks, but she witnessed him biting him. I said, if he physically bit him, and that for a fact that he bit him, no, I'm sorry. Should I call the police and say that he physically assaulted him, or are you going to do something about it? And she let it go.
Yeah.
It's stupid shit like that And that kid's mother's probably most likely on the PTA.
Yeah.
And then I had another incident where, and this one involved them taking children off of school grounds without parental consent. Because I never signed any form allowing them to take my son off of their property. But one day, their teacher got sick, and she was home in bed, and she lived right down the street from the school, about a block away.
Yeah.
So they all lined up into a line to take a field trip down to a sick teacher's house. That didn't set well with me, just that in itself. But it's
Right.
what happened on the way back that was concerning to me.
Right.
She said they were all walking in a line. My son was at the front of the line. A kid from the rear of the line didn't like it. He came around. Mind you, they had a teacher in back and they had a teacher in front. And the kid went from the back all the way to the front, and he pushed my son down to take first place in the line. My son got up and brushed himself off and got behind the line and went up to the school and stuff like that. And when they got back to the school, he went to his locker to put his backpack away. And that kid that pushed him down confronted him at his locker. And I'll be damned, my son said the most damning, stupidest thing that he can fathom, because the school told me about it. But he told him, if you come over to my house, my dad's gonna shoot you.
Oh, Lord.
I was like, oh Lord. So it's off to the principal's office. This kid goes, he threatened me, yada yada yada. And then I got a call from the school board, expressing to me. He told me the story like how I just told you of what
Right.
happened. And I told him, I says, okay, so you're calling me to tell me you're doing something about that kid that physically assaulted my son, right? Well, not exactly. We're going to put your son in in-house detention for 3 days for making a threat. And I says, and what threat is that? Well, he kind of told the kid that you were going to shoot him. And I said, I don't know what the hell made my son think that or to say something like that. But I will deal with him when he gets home about that. I will definitely set him straight. But as far as this kid physically assaulting my son, I don't think you should be letting that kid off so easy. Well, kids will be kids. I said, yeah, exactly. But yet you're calling me to tell me that my kid can't be a kid because, well, he didn't physically touch that kid, but yet he made a threat that's going nowhere. And you think that that is worth punishing than the person that physically assaulted him. I think you better do the right thing here, or I'm going to get a hold of the superintendent and have a discussion.
Right.
They didn't put him in detention or anything like that, and they did leave it alone. And when he came home, I did have a good talk with him and told him that what he said and what he did was not good. It wasn't
Yeah.
good. It was not. I would never, ever, ever do something like that to somebody. Period. And and then I brushed him up on the etiquette of saying, look, if you're in trouble, somebody's done you wrong, you tell an adult. Obviously, your teacher wasn't the person to take care of the situation. They should have taken care of it right then and there, but being how they didn't, you could have came back and went to the principal and told the principal what happened to you. And I'm sure they would have done something about it. You know what I mean? Teach them how to resolve issues without violence.
Yeah. Well, my ex-wife called me one day, and this was, I think, when Jake was in, I think, the fifth or sixth grade, and she proceeds to tell me that my son went to school and told all of his friends that my dad's a cop and he's going to come here and shoot all of you. And when I found out that she's like, so don't be shocked if you get a call from his school.
Yeah.
They sent a letter home, and I just fucking. The next time I saw Jake, I looked at him. I said, "What would possess you to go to school and say something terrible like that, Jake? Do you know how much trouble I could get in with the police for you saying that? Like, do you have any idea?"
Yeah.
And his mom, she didn't do anything because that was his mother. She didn't give a fuck. It was me. She wanted me to get in trouble, and so I called this school, and I talked to the guidance counselor and the principal and everything, and I apologized, and I said, look, I don't know what made him ever say anything. I have never condoned him talking like that. I have never told him I'm a police officer. I told him where I work. I am not in law enforcement, nor do I own a weapon of any sort. And, but I told him, I said, well, rest assured, when I see him, I'm going to have a long talk with him about what he said. And he never did that again. I can promise you that. But they used to have this thing called, in the school we had him in, called the air room, where they would send you when you acted up, or when Jake had a problem, that ADD or whatever, where he couldn't wait his turn. So he would always speak out of turn or something, or raise his hand. And when the teacher would, he would get frustrated. So they would send him to the air room. Well, this was right before my wife and I split up. And we're living in this house and everything. This was like maybe a month before we split up. And he comes home and Jake wants to watch cartoons, but I'm in the living room or the family room, and they're in this little den where there's a TV and a computer. And she's saying, no, you're not watching TV because you got in trouble yesterday. And I heard him say, I did not go to the fucking air room. He was 7 years old at the time, Bulldog. And dude, when I heard that word, it was like Ralphie. Everything went white. It was like, and all I heard her say, come get your son, man. I went in there, I snatched his ass up. I said, well, have you lost your mind? But he, they was, and I went to the school. I'm like, lady, what the hell is this air room that you people are sending my kid into? Right. And I said, look, because they have people that help, like they have helper assistant teachers in there and everything. I said, be more patient with the kid. I mean, obviously, he has ADD or ADHD or whatever the fuck you call it, so I don't know.
Right.
And my dad told me, he's like, look, we can't be upset with our kids for cussing, because by the time I was 5, I knew all the cuss words in the handbook.
Right.
But you just cannot, you cannot you can't be. Yeah, they learn it from school, they learn it from TV, they learn it from us. But I just try and tell him, it's appropriate. Not all the time, but I would rather him not use it as everyday language. And now it's like F this, F that, F this. I'm like, oh my God, man. I said, dude, I don't like talking like that in front of my dad, and I'm 52 years old. That's just me. That was the way I was brought up. Now, if I'm mad, I may slip an F bomb in there every now and then, but I don't talk like that. And he talks like that in front of me and Stephanie all the time, but he won't say that in front of anybody else. So I don't know. So.
Oh my God. Yeah, it's been trial and error. I'll tell you that much. And half the damn time, you wonder why the fuck the school ain't doing anything about these damn kids doing this shit.
No,
I even got called to school one day, and this is all under observation from teachers, and it's just ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
I got called to a school one day because uh, two kids wouldn't leave my son alone on the playground. They're much bigger kids than he was.
Yeah.
And I guess he expressed the fact that he didn't want to hang with them. He went to the teacher and told the teacher that he felt they were bullying him. And the teacher just told him just go off and play. Well, the kids kept following him around. And so there was a stick on the ground. He picked up the stick and was that like an aggressive manner with one of them. Oh, they can't have that.
Yeah.
I got called to school. And when they expressed this, I again put it right back into their feet. Well, what did you do about it? You know, they sat there and said that, um, well, we called you because he's the one that took the aggressive action.
Right.
I said, but you're observing these two kids being around him when he doesn't want them. He didn't want them around him. You know, if they were bullying him and out of sight of you, but yet you're watching the whole thing go down, you need to step in there and go, hey, look, please go and do something somewhere else. You know, I mean, leave him alone. See, one thing about autistic kids is that uh, they're somewhat antisocial because of bullies. When bullies do that kind of thing, it keeps them from wanting to be around others.
Yeah.
You know,
Yep.
at the point in time, I had enough of that damn school, and I said, you know what, I'm just gonna pull up stakes and go somewhere else. You know, they said that he was overdoing his curriculum out there anyway. They wanted me to enroll him in the Hibbing Community College because he outdoes all their work. He aces everything. He was acing,
Yeah.
and
Well,
I could afford it. I couldn't afford it. You know, it wasn't a free program. No, they want to charge an arm and leg. And me being on disability, couldn't afford it. There was no programs out there that help autistic kids. Period. So when I talked to my brother-in-law back here in California, oh hell, they have that all over there. You bring your kid out, you know, they will work with them. So I got a hold of a couple of schools in this area to find that yeah, they did have programs that not only help but can get kids better situated. So guess what I did when my wife decided she wanted to fly the coop? So did I. I was like, good. Packed up me and my kid and my dog and came out here to California and got him enrolled into a school. And then the dumbfounded thing that the school did when they tested him is they said he was 2 grades behind. But because of the autism he has, it'll take him within a year to be caught up. And so they worked with him. In his first year, he caught up them 2 grades that he was behind.
right.
That tells you the curriculum out there in Minnesota is not very bright, huh? You know, I mean, they're falling behind.
Right.
So not only that, he excelled very well. Dude, he excelled so well, I was able to get him into ROTC. Dude, out there in Minnesota, he couldn't go to their assemblies. The loud noise disturbed him to where he could
Yeah.
not sit still or freak out in assemblies. I brought him out here within the first 2 years out here. He was free range, able to go into assemblies and do all that stuff. They broke everything that happened up there in Minnesota, which I was really grateful for. And with the programs they had out here, dude, the sky's the limit with this kid. I'm telling you. He got into a law enforcement program and completed it. He did ROTC, completed it. When and not only that, but he aced the shit. He's very bright.
Oh, nice.
His first job, rather, it was a start out job. He was working for KFC. They made him a shift lead right off the bat.
Right.
And then he went from that to working at his job that he's at now, which he's taking benefits and he's got a retirement plan. He's got all sorts of things looking forward to.
Hey, give me 1 second. I'll be right back, Bulldog. Okay.
Yep. One. Let's see what's going on here in the chat. Hey, Reese. Reese was asking how you're doing, Hopper. Uh, I love Top Top. Okay. Top Top. I love you all, even PPP. Yeah, we all love PPP. Even when he's a shit, we love him. Have you never watched Red Dog? I remember Clifford. That was a good. That was yeah. Oh shit! Sorry. Yeah, no, I got a big honking nose, right? My nose has its own area code. I swear to God. Oh, fuck that. My nose has got its own zip code. Man's best friend, yes. I want that. Oh, shit. I did another long stream today, guys. Wasn't counting on doing that, but it is what it is. But I love y'all. It's worth doing the long streams. I love y'all. Yeah, sub 1 second. I'll tell you, that was the longest one.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I tell you, I mean, I've been through some shit, bro. Dude, I had when my child was a child, when he was just little, I had a social worker sit there and talk with me a bit, to go between me and my ex.
Right.
And um, we got on the topic about punishing a child, kind of ordeal. What led to it was way
Yeah.
beyond. But I told her, I said, well, I'm not the firm type to. I'm not a violent person,
Right.
but I'm not afraid to give my son a swat on the ass when he deserves it.
Right.
But just to clear the air, I wouldn't resort to that right away. I don't think it's appropriate for a parent to resort to violence right away. However, I do believe that if he does act up and I have to correct his behavior, I have other ways that I can do it. So,
Yeah.
he acts up, I'll just take his toys away and make him earn back all his toys. If that doesn't work, I'll put him in timeout. She goes, okay, yeah, it's all good. And then she asked me, well, if you end up putting them in timeout, how long would you do it for and how would you do it? I told her, well, first of all, I would have him sit up in the corner of the couch. And when I see that his behavior starts to come around to behaving, then we can work getting off that couch. That social worker had the nerve to tell me, if you have him up there for more than 5 minutes, it would be considered abusing him. I told her, well, ma'am, is that all the stuff that you came in with? Because she had all of her paperwork and stuff like that. And she said, yes, sir, it is. I said, well, then you get your shit and leave my home. I told her, no, and I'm not shitting you, grasshopper. My exact words. I said, you're going to sit here and tell me how I can and can't punish my child in my home.
Yeah.
And then our conversation's done. I mean, mind you, this girl was like maybe 19 years old.
Yeah.
At whatever school she came from.
Yeah.
She didn't have any children. A
Yeah.
lot of people don't seem to understand that if they have social service intervention, they have the right to interview their social workers, and if they don't cut the mustard and that feels comfortable for you, you
Hmm.
have the right to change that social worker.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
hey, look, Popo.
oh shit. They're coming for you, bulldog.
No, I tell you. But anyway, no. So what happens is you can interview them, and if you find one that you're comfortable with, you can stick with it.
Yeah.
Now, me, I chose a woman that not only is a mother, but she was a grandmother too.
Hmm.
And when I sat down and went over the concept of disciplining, oh, they didn't have a pay. You're not beating your child senseless and leaving bruises on them and stuff like that. I knew that was number one. I went right on. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's what I'm sticking with because that's common sense. She's had problems within her own home, and she knows how to punish a child without it being excessive, or, for that matter, judging you for punishing your child. She would know the concept of what is considered as punishment and abuse. And I
Yeah.
stuck with it. And I had her around for, see, I only needed a social worker to go between as far as my son having visitations with his mother because his mother had cerebral palsy. See, so I had to have state worker intervention. I didn't see any wrong in that. That program, like I said, is there for good reasons.
Yeah.
And it, um, depending on who you're getting, like I said, you can interview them. If they don't work out, you can always shop it up. It's not that you're saying, hey, look, this is a rotten agency. What you're doing is you're just sitting there saying, hey, look, this one's just not going to work out. I would, I would much rather have someone that can work with me. and that's what it's all about.
Right.
But a lot of people, they don't understand that. So when they get that first fresh out of college fucking girl or guy or whatever the case may be, and they go off the wall, and, you know, they'll stay in that shit forever, you know, and you'll have nothing but problems. It's just,
Yeah.
and it's a crying shame. I don't think they should be allowed to hire such young kids to be social workers. That's just,
No.
I think 30, at least 35 on up is what I'd say would be a good social worker.
Yeah, because they don't have the generation experience. They they don't go back far enough to understand. You know, they come from a generation where, you know, they're from here. You know, and they're trying to tell the from then, you know, how to be. They're trying to tell the '80s how to be in the 2000s, and that shit don't work. You trying to tell my old man how the fuck to raise kids if he had to do it over again, and guess where you're going to get told? To turn around, walk the fuck out of by. Because I tell you right now, my dad raised us the way he raised us, and that would not have flown well with him.
Yeah.
So it's like my kid, you know, he wanted to act up and he wanted to be stupid until he went on a vacation with my sister back to my dad's house. It was about, I don't know, 5 years ago, and he came out of his mouth with the F word towards his niece or his cousin, and my dad heard him. Oh, my father, he pulled him to the side, took him outside real quick, and he said, I don't care what you do at your house, but you are not going to talk like that to anyone in my home. And you go and take your little ass in there right now, and you go apologize to your cousin. And I don't want to hear it again. And didn't have no more problems. He come home, got mad at me. You set me up. I said, I didn't set you up for nothing. You wanted to go to his house. I told you that was going to happen. I said, I didn't say, Jacob, I didn't tell you to go to your grandfather's house so you can get yelled at. You're supposed to go there to enjoy your grandparents, not to get yelled at. You're the dummy who used the F word, not me. It's not like I said, hey, I want you to go around him and say, fuck you.
You know, funny. It reminds me of a situation that I had, and it did come out in court, and I had no problem admitting it too.
Yeah.
And you know what? I even told the judge, if given the chance, I'll do it again. I don't give a shit. I'm not going to have my son be this way. But anyway, in my first marriage, I had 2 kids. And I used to take my oldest boy because my daughter was like 4 or 5 months old.
Mm-hmm.
So taking her to the park at that time, you know, probably wouldn't have, you know, not the best idea, especially when you're playing on swings and stuff like that. Wasn't suitable for a child that age. So I would take my son down to the park. I'd take him down every day.
Right.
You know, he was like 3 years old. 3
Right.
years, no, yeah, 3 years old. This little girl walked up to me and told me, you know what your son just called me? And I said, what's that? He called me a bitch. I went, oh no. I told her, I said, I'm sorry, honey, that shouldn't have happened. And I went over and I pulled my son aside and I said, hey, did you say this to this girl? And he said, yes. I says, listen, don't do that. I told him, I said, playtime's over. We're going home. He didn't like it. He cut a fit, but I took him home. But I told him on the way home, I said, listen to me. If I ever hear you do that to another girl, I'm going to tell you what, we're not just going to go home, but I'm going to smack your mouth. I am not gonna tolerate that kind of thing coming out of your mouth. I am not being that way toward women or other people. and I don't appreciate you doing that to them.
Yeah.
If you have a problem with somebody, if somebody is giving you any kind of shit, well, I didn't say shit, but I said if somebody's causing problems for you, you come and see me. And that's what I'm to do. I'm to deal with it,
Yeah.
not you. And so I told him, I says, we'll try again tomorrow. But I'm telling you, if you do that again, I'm just gonna smack your mouth. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I'm just gonna straight up smack your mouth. And so the next day we go down to the park, and there was a different girl down there this time, a different one. Well, this girl came up to me and did the same damn thing the other girl did. He called me a bitch. So I went over and I asked him, did you do it again? And he looked at me and he says, yes, Dad. And I set him up on the slide thing. And I said, and what did I tell you I was going to do? He smacked my mouth and I went like this. I took my hand, open hand, and I went, no. You don't say, I didn't, or,
Yeah.
I didn't get off. I just did a tap. No, you don't do that. It didn't leave a mark on him. It just hurt his pride. Well, I took him back to the house, and again, him kicking and screaming, no, 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 I don't know. No. I took him up there and took him back, and I said, your son's got a filthy mouth. He's learning it from your stepsisters, and this is not appropriate for a child his age to be doing. And when my later down the road, when me and my wife were going through our divorce, she brought it out in the fucking courts like I was a monster, like I was an abuser and shit like that. And the judge asked me point blank if that was true, if I had done that. And I told him, I said, Your Honor, I can just, yes, I did do it. And I'll show you, I'll give a demonstration as to how hard I smacked his mouth.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't knuckle hand him. I didn't do any of that stuff. I just simply hurt his pride. I gave him a light tap, and it was enough to break the cycle. Because you know something, Your Honor? The next day when I took him back to the park and there was others on the playground, guess what he didn't do? And it's the exact point of why I did it, to break him from his habit.
Yeah.
I mean, later down the road, I learned about that, taking the toys away and stuff like that. And I learned all that later down the road, but, could I have handled it differently? No, I think I did just right. I don't think I went overboard. I didn't abuse him, didn't leave a mark on him, didn't, and I was young myself. I was still in my early fucking 20s, okay? So, I didn't abuse him. Because I told him, I said, listen, he didn't go to the hospital, didn't need any stitches, he didn't have any bruises on him. I said, and, given the circumstances, I would do it again because that's
Right.
something that you shouldn't tolerate from a child that's only 3 years old.
Yeah.
Told the judge, I said, I don't speak that way. His mother doesn't speak that way, but his mother's stepsisters do.
Well, I had to do the same thing. One time, Jake was in the back seat and he was doing something, and I reached behind me when I was driving, and I like grabbed him by the leg, and I got a fucking strong grip. So I must have put a mark on his leg or something, right? So when his mom comes to get him, she's like, "You put a mark on his leg, right?" So I said, "No, I want to grab him to get his attention so he would stop, and it must have put a mark on his leg." Well, like a week later or something, he's at my apartment, and she comes and she's like, "Where's my son?" And apparently he must have called because he was at that age where he likes mouthing off to me, and I tapped him on the lips. I said, "You're not going to talk to me like that." Now, just like you, she goes to the court and she files for full custody, because she claimed that I was abusive towards him. I'm leaving marks on him, right? So I have to go into court. I get up on the stand, and the judge asked me, "Mr. Haig, have you ever smacked your son in the mouth?" And I said, "Yes, sir, I have." I said, "I've only done it maybe twice in his life, maybe 3 times." I said, "But when I do," he said, "would you mind demonstrating on your forearm how much how?" I said, "Sir, look at the size of my hands." I said, "I am probably 100 times stronger than he is. I would seriously hurt him if I hit him with all my might." I said, "Now, when I want to grab him, I don't know my own strength. I must have grabbed him a little too hard to try and get his attention when he was in the back seat, because he jumped down out of his car seat and I didn't want him to get hurt. So I put him back in his car seat. So I don't know if I left a mark on his leg or not, but I do know that when I hit him in his mouth, I give him a tap." I said, I tapped myself on the forearm. I said, "I would never, ever slap the shit out of my son like I got slapped. Because number one, if I did that, I would break his fucking jaw. Because if I really wanted to hit him, I mean, look at the size of these hands. Okay. Do you think that if I really laid into him, being pissed off, that I wouldn't do some damage to him? Like, there wouldn't be a severe swolled handprint on the side of his cheek, you know?" And then I told the judge this. I said, "It's difficult when you live in a separate home from him and he lives by 2 sets of rules, and he comes over to me and he's being taught different things, and he has someone in his ear saying, 'You don't have to listen to your dad no more. You live with me.' And then he comes over to me and I'm trying to instill rules in his mind that he's not used to. And she's saying, 'Fuck him. You don't have to listen to him.' Then he starts mouthing off at me. I mean, my son's done a lot of things to me. Like one morning, my son, I went to wake him up. He rolled over and spat in my face.
Oh,
I pulled his pants down right there and I whooped his ass. I whooped his ass good. And then I said, and then not only am I going to whoop your ass while he was crying, I called his mom on the fucking phone and I said, "Now tell her what the fuck I did." He just spanked me, mommy. She's like, "Why did you spank my son?" I said, "Tell her why the fuck I spanked you." "Because I spit in his face." I said, "Now, I dare you to call someone." See, we're always doing that shit. But I said, I'm not going to have my son come over here and spit in my face or cuss at me or call me names. He would say terrible shit to me. And I'm sorry, but there's a level of respect that you have to put in place that has to be respected, point blank. And my son was playing around with me one day when he was working with me, right? He decided after Stephanie gave me a haircut that he was going to smack the back of my head. You know how people do that. So now this was when he was an adult, when he was 20. And it hurt. So I decided that it was time to show Jacob a little bit of what he's going to have coming to him if he decided that he was really going to try me one day. So I walked up to him and I popped the shit out of the back of his neck to give him a little medicine. Later on, Stephanie came up to me. She said, "Hey, I just want you to know," Jacob came up to me. She's like, "I didn't know my dad could hit like that." And I said, "What did you say to him?" She said, "Well, you really need to think about that before you try and get in his face again." So, because they try you.
did they try and make you do supervised visits and shit like that?
No, he never did anything like that. The judge didn't find me guilty. I have joint custody with my son. I mean, now that's different now. He's 22. But
Well, I mean, given my circumstances and stuff.
Yeah.
weirdness of the shit. The judge that was presiding over my shit was a friend of my ex-wife's dad. So I was railroad either way. That and the fucking chief of police that was in that town that I was living in was close friends with him too. So I was railroaded all the way around, I'll tell you. But they made me go on supervised visits. You know, after a while of doing that shit,
Mhm.
it just wasn't working out. I just said, fuck that shit.
Yeah.
I took her to court several times before they realized the bullshit that was going on. They gave me a different judge.
Yeah.
And the other judge saw the reason and lifted everything. He
Mhm.
not only lifted, but he gave me good, visitations and stuff like that where my kids can come over and all that.
Yeah.
But my ex-wife wasn't done doing damage. She really wanted to do some severe damage. Let me tell you, them courts will believe the woman over the guy.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, it was a nightmare, dude. I mean, for 10 years, it was bad. But
Dude,
like I said in the comments, I said, what doesn't, our struggles is what makes us. And I want to address Die Hard real quick because I just saw his smart ass comment. Let me scroll back to it. Let me see. Grasshopper, you could not knock out a fly. Let me tell you something, you smart ass. I'm going to hunt you down because I know where you live. And I'm going to duct tape your ass to a chair and make you watch Rob Zombie Halloween movies for a year.
now see,
The
now
fucking
you
diehard
can
Rob
tell,
Zombie fan. Huh?
you can tell the sense of humor in his voice. He is kidding with you.
I know he is. I love Die Hard. That's my boy.
Is that your boy?
Yeah, he's my buddy.
Now he's
But
not literally threatening you. He's just
oh no
making
no no
a
no 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 no!
comment.
I've no Die Hard. He's me and him talk all the time. See, watch.
Yeah, he's cool people.
Me and Die Hard go way back. Is he still in here? Oh, he wants.
So,
Yeah, of course he is. Me and
hey,
Cryptic are gonna sneak over to his house. Yeah, but
I,
no,
I've,
I've been through it, man.
I've been through some shit. And I'll tell you what, I don't, I mean, I've been in and out of courts over a lot of the shit, and I got everything squashed. I mean, shit, that bitch hit me pretty good. I'll tell you what, it got to a point that I just don't have any communication with her. I don't, over the years, I mean, the laws don't apply to the man, not at all. A woman can do whatever the fuck they want. They can pack up the kids, move out of state, do whatever the fuck they want without any form of consequences. But yet, you do any of the shit that the woman's doing, they will hang you every time, and it's just not right.
Yeah, that's what I
I've
heard tell
had,
Bethany. It, it's
I've,
it,
yeah,
it's not fair, but one
no,
day we'll have everything that we want, but it just takes time,
yeah,
when
it
me
does.
and her we met at a time when I was right in the middle of the Jacob situation, and so it's kind of hard to recover from that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you know what? My wife, she didn't get everything. She got screwed on a lot of it.
Yeah.
So it's all good. It's all good because where she thought she was getting ahead, she was setting herself back.
Yeah.
Like she was never able to get support from me. Yeah, we've been in and out of courts. I learned a lot about the laws when it relates around all that stuff, and I used it against her, and there wasn't a
Yeah.
thing she could do. I mean, hell, when I was getting married to my second wife, she told her all different kinds of bullshit. And I took her down to the courthouse. I says, if you have any doubt in what I've stated to you, if she's going to go at me like that with you, she just doesn't
Hmm.
want you to be with me. I will prove my point with you of everything that she told you. All up until this point is all bullshit. She's
Yeah.
happy. She don't like it. She's a jealous bitch because she got stuck with the kids, and And more than half the time, she didn't even have them because when she went at me to a point that it was leaving me destitute, one of the judges that was presiding over my case saw the bullshit that was going on and put a stop to it. That a judge fucking helped me, saw the shit that was going on, and went back and went, no, we need to undo this. And he presided some laws. He made the child support agency out there pay me back because they're in many states you have to qualify to even pay child support. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, you got to
and
qualify. I mean, it's all
that's
based
right.
off your income, and it's like,
But
and
they're
if you
not going to
don't,
tell you. They're not going to tell you. The child support agency will not tell you about any of it. They will
the
just
court
teach you.
master, well, the person that you meet with right before you file for divorce or whatever, they will tell you there's a scale that they base it off of. Like in the state of Maryland, it's if you don't work, then it's based off of minimum wage. So, say I didn't work, then it would be based off $15 an hour. And so it does not
Yeah.
matter if you work or not. They will
Oh,
fucking, yeah, they
yeah.
don't give a
See,
fuck. But that judge, she don't
nope.
give a fuck. She told me you're gonna pay $1,026 a month. But
And
and she
that's
told me,
another.
she's like, don't complain because I could backdate it to the day your wife filed for divorce. And I filed before she did, but they didn't take mine. They took hers,
That's
which was
right.
10
Yeah.
months. And
Yeah.
she said, you can ask for a court hearing to plead your case. I'm like, yeah, I want to do that. Well, I waited the 2 weeks. When I come into that courtroom, Bulldog, I'm telling you, this lady, I'm like, yes, I'm going to get a fresh judge. Things will be good. They're like, all rise. And I look up and it was like her and my eyes met. And I'm like, oh, not only did she fucking keep her word, but she backdated the fucking child support 10 months and put me 12 grand in the hole. So that upped it to almost $1,100 a month.
Damn, brother, it's too bad that I didn't meet you back then. I could have showed you how to fight it.
Yeah, man. Dude, I was so like,
And I'll tell
my
you what,
paychecks were like, bye.
yeah, I shit you not. I got to change video. I got the whole goddamn 9 yards. I fought it down. And the thing of it is, I mean, she was trying to convince my soon to be wife that they went after my driver's license and that I owed this thousands of dollars of back child support and all this, that, and the other thing. Into the courtroom, the Tascan County Courthouse went up to the doggone records court administrator's office. I had them pull my file, pulled open the last case in there to show that it all got dismissed and that they had to pay me back and that I did not qualify for the support
Yeah.
because I made, and this is what I'm trying to get at with you, Hopper. If I knew you back then, believe me, I could have gotten you fighting right. Because who told you that you had to make the minimum wage? The child support agency did. They're wrong. They're dead wrong. They told me the same thing in Minnesota that I had to have at least minimum wage put on there for support. And if you don't do that, you go to jail. You'll lose your license. And I looked under the statutes, and the statutes do not say any of that. They put that guideline to fluctuate if you are working and you are bringing in an income. You have to meet a criteria of making a dollar amount. Doesn't matter, even if you're making minimum wage, if you are making under a certain dollar amount due to the cost of living and stuff like that, the adjustments and everything, it has to follow within that guideline. If you're making over that, then whatever spilled over has to go into support.
Yeah. And that's what I told the judge. And she's like, I don't give a fuck. It's about your son, not about you. She get. I'm like, lady, like,
That was on disability. When I was on disability, they came at me again, telling me that even being on disability, they have to deduct from it. But what they deduct on one, it's okay. You won't feel the pinch. because the other part of the disability will kick in and cover it. And
Yeah.
I was like, oh, okay, cool, right on. But didn't see my ex-wife. She wasn't allowing me to have any phone visits, no letters, no nothing. And so I brought her ass right back in the court again. And I told him point blank, she's playing games with me. She won't allow any visits or anything like that.
Yeah.
Judge pulled out a recess. He went back and he looked at what my payments were to the Social Security Administration, found that it met the criteria to say that it's still under poverty and that they can't even attach the Social Security. And they went back and told them, nope, it ends here now. That they want to do that because see their excuse was when I got a hold of them to tell them, hey, look, I'm not getting any visits or nothing from my ex. That doesn't matter to them. What matters to them is the financial end. They don't give a fuck if you're being abused by the ex or not. So I said, okay, if that's the stance you're going to take, then I'll take it and bring it back to the court. And that's exactly what I did. Filed a motion on a motion, got the judge over here. And being I was out of state, I also filed a grievance giving the jurisdiction of Minnesota did a telephonic appearance. Something you probably never heard of back then. I did it. When a lot of lawyers told me you could never do that, they'll never approve it. They approved it. I got my say in court. The judge sat there and looked the statutes up and said, yes, Mr. McLeod, you're 100% correct because the child support agency said, well, we're wanting to do an increase on Mr. McLeod. And they sat there and told him, not in my courtroom, you're not. You don't like it. You don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. And that's literally what the judge told him. And that was that they next thing you know, I got a letter in the mail telling me I was getting a refund for all the money that they did collect from me. Because had they not done that, see, I was already at work. I was working. I was working 7 days a week, and they were taking every bit of my check down to $35. I was getting $35. They said like the tune of like almost $2,000 every 2 weeks to my ex because I was working 7 days a week with a lot of overtime. And it's not that I had a problem with child support; it was the games she was playing, and
Yeah.
the games the child support agency did me. And they sat there and told me, well, because I told them, I said, if you do that to me one more fucking time, leave me destitute where I can't even as much as try and afford to get gas to go back and forth to work, I'll hand in my uniforms and quit and go file for disability. They didn't heed my warning. They did it to me again, and when they did, I sat there and went in, handed in my uniforms, quit my job, and went and filed for disability. Hey, do you want a treat? Do you want a bone?
Dog vet.
Hey, brother. Hey, brother. Don't think give me dog a bone. I got a treat. Oh, you're the word treat.
That's the one that always comes by.
No, well, I've given the dog a bone before, a while back, but he probably doesn't remember me. But yeah, yeah, you heard that word treat. His ears perked up.
Yeah.
That was cute. But it's okay. He's probably got shit to do. So, but yeah, man, I went through some shit, dude. And I don't, and it's funny because I tried to advocate with other fathers that were going through them type of struggles like I had been going through. And I guess they didn't mind going to jail on a regular basis and not being able to drive or getting popped driving under a suspended license because the state took their license and shit. Like I said, I took my wife down to the courtroom that showed in the last court thing. he made me exempt from child support because I met that criteria, and he told me, if I receive anything from the child support agency, to send it back, and as long as I am meeting under that criteria, they don't have a right to support in any way. Just ignore it. And if they persist, then we'll bring it back here and we can go after them for harassment. I said, yes, sir. So, no, when I moved back up there to Minnesota again, they sent me a questionnaire and I sent it back with a letter. I do not wish to be contacted by mail, phone, or person. And I sent it back, and that was the last I heard of it.
Right.
They didn't bother me anymore. But, however, though, I mean, now if I was to have gotten a job and it met that criteria, I would have had to have complied because they could find out easy just by going through the IRS's shit, and to know that I am collecting an income, then I can get in trouble. But I never returned to work. I never returned to work until my last kid turned 18 years of age.
Yeah.
My daughter turned 18. I went back to work. So my ex-wife, she did nothing but hurt herself.
Oh.
So see, I got the last laugh on that. But do I regret doing that? Yeah, I kind of do. I kind of do because that's a lot of credit that I forgoed that I could have had that would go toward retirement.
Right.
So I mean, in a way, it will bite me in the ass in the end when I get to 65, but it's not going to be that bad. I don't think so because I'm working a lot of overtime again, and a lot of that credit will catch that shit up, and that's what I'm looking to do. So if I keep at it, even if it kills me, if I make it to my retirement,
Yeah.
I should be able to be okay.
Right.
But yeah, I've tried to school a lot of fathers on that, and they didn't seem to mind going to jail and going through all that bullshit.
Yeah.
You know? So, and it's a crying shame because not one took any of my advice. So, do you really want to stick it to them? Here's how you can do it. Because the thing of it is, and I only took the ones that really didn't deserve to go through it.
Right.
The ones that did, well, I just kept my mouth shut and I just let it be because there are deadbeat dads out there who really didn't give a fuck. And
Right.
those are the ones I wanted to stay away from. But the ones that just had a bad marriage, had a wife that was just playing them for a sucker or, a fucking cash mule, I wanted to help. But unfortunately, none of them took any of it.
Yeah.
That's what happened to me. I got taken for a ride. My ex took me for a ride, and by the time I saw her damage it, it was too late. I had no clue she was doing shit. She flipped the side of the fence. Later on down the road, it came out in one of our therapy sessions that I insisted that we go through the state because I wanted to know what the hell made her tick to do what she did. And it
Right.
came out one of them sessions that she used me. My son brought it out by explaining that the mother used me as nothing more than a sperm bank to have kids, so that way she can go on to being in the relationships with women. And he found it very disturbing. But yeah, I mean, I was a patsy. Now, see, coming to find that out, very standout. That's why I don't date American women. I don't trust them. No, I I don't date American women. Period. I've been down that road, been hurt too much, and what's funny is I talked to my ex-wife here just recently, and I had a good heart-to-heart talk with her and told her point blank, out of all the relationships I've ever had, in my life, yours is the one that I've had with you is the one that hurt the most.
Yeah.
You want to talk about a blow to your fucking ego? Have one that fucked you, that just the sole purpose of having kids, just so they can be gay with women. You know, just that'd be a severe blow to you. Because all that trouble she put me through, you know, when there was no god awful reason to put me through, because all I wanted to do was be in my children's life. I didn't give a flying fuck if she wanted to be with somebody else or not. I wanted to be there for our kids. But
Yeah. No.
you know, now they're going now. If by any chance, if you have children in your past and you haven't been with them, and I know this is gonna sound hard as fucking hell, dude, but if you haven't been with them up to the point of them being adults, cut them the fuck loose. Don't try and intervene to be in their life, because if they have grown up with that other side of the family, you're just a fucked individual, even when they become adults, because if they've been through some psychological shit, they're gonna take their shit out on you. And believe me, I went through that with my oldest son.
Yeah.
I tried reaching out to him, and I tried helping him and helping him and helping him, and took him into my home a few times, helped get him situated. I mean, the most closest that I got to making good headway, getting him a job and getting him situated. You know, he picked up alcohol, he picked up drugs from his mama's side of the fucking family, and it's something that I wasn't willing to go. It's just not an avenue that I wanted to cross.
Yeah.
And believe me, his anger came out. And I've been told in the past by other fathers that went through that shit. They were trying to give me the same advice. If that's the way it is, and the courts have intervened to the point that you're just not there for your children, and they can't see eye to eye in any way, shape, or form, cut it the fuck loose. Leave it alone. And if they come looking, oh, look at that. Oh, look at him. He wanted to be a part of the conversation. Look at that.
He's like, hello, hey, remember the treat you mentioned?
Yeah.
You owe him a bone, man.
He left daddy just so he can get it.
That's funny. I bet you he was across the parking lot.
Okay. I know I'm a softie.
Yeah, wow, okay.
I'm on a live stream. You want to be on a live stream? Say hi to my audience.
Hello, audience. I'm the owner of this wonderful dog here, who owns every
That's
bit
fun.
of our
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm his bitch. Man, he just he knows how to get the bones out of me.
trained.
Hi, Max. He goes, fuck the Max shit. I'm busy eating. I'll get to you in a minute. I got a half of one.
That's pretty good. I think one's good.
Oh, come on, Dad. Okay, we'll make him earn it. Let's see.
He doesn't know how to shake. I've trained him to do anything. He's just such a good dog.
Stay. 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 Okay, nice and easy. Nice. Don't run. Good boy. Takes it easy. I miss him.
Yeah, we haven't seen you out here for.
Well, I come out here every day.
Yeah, I don't think it does. Our timing. Our walks have been so random.
I'm doing what Daddy doesn't like me doing. Fluffing his fur.
but the wife doesn't like you doing it.
Oh, really?
Oh no,
Yeah.
it's got to come out sooner or later.
Yeah, he scratched the paw.
It always does.
Yeah, I miss giving him his loves. Max. Yeah, see, he can be all the way across the parking lot, let go of that leash, and that dog comes here and finds my car. No shit. No shit.
It's a sure thing.
Yeah. He's a well-mannered dog, very well-mannered.
All right, we're going. Hey, Howard.
Yeah, I know. He's so smiling. Look at that.
Yeah, thank you much.
All right, brother. Yeah.
That's funny.
And I got people that ask me, why do you have bones in your car? Well, now you see why. You know, it's a good introduction to meeting good people. You know, it's great. I love it.
You've seen that dog before, right?
Yeah, I know this guy. That's how I met
I was
him.
going to say, I think I've seen the dog before.
Yeah, I've you know, just like I did with that one dude, where I sat there and said, "Hey, I got a treat for your dog. If your dog, you know, I like meeting people. I'm a people person,
Yeah.
and sometimes, hey, you run across some really decent people. And this guy's a decent guy. He's got a well-mannered, behaved dog. I've even this one lady that comes up here that lets me give her dog a bone. The dog don't do that with others. According to her, she says you'll bite them. She doesn't. She won't. At first, she didn't want me giving her dog a bone. She was in fear that the dog was going to bite me. And I'm like, look, your dog's not going to bite me. I says I know how to handle dogs. You know, I'll earn your dog's trust. Don't worry.
Yeah.
And sure shit, I took it slow and easy. And after a while, her dog just gets ecstatic to see me, and she just brings him right over.
That was the kid at the kennel last year when we took Baron to the second place. The first place didn't want him, and because they thought he was too aggressive, so we took him to another place that had this 15-year-old kid there, and he come out bragging. He was all happy. He was able to feed Baron a treat from his hand, and I pulled him to the side. I said, I'm going to just stop you there and say, don't get cocky. Just because you fed this dog a bone from your hand don't mean that that's a plus in your book. You better got to earn his respect.
Yeah, that's right.
So, because I was telling him everything about Baron, what he's capable of, and just as I'm sitting there telling him this, Baron leaps over this 6-foot door to the other room. You know them doors that split in half, like you can open the top. Stephanie goes out to get dog food out of the car, so he's sitting there. We're not like leashing him, and he is sitting there being a good boy, waiting for her. The minute she opened and walked in and shut that door, he flew right over that door, and they're like, "Oh my God, I have never seen any dog ever jump over a door like that." And he cleared it. Not one thing touched that door. So I looked at the kid. I said, "Do you get my point of why I'm telling you don't get cocky with him?" So he did really well there. So now we know we got a place that we can take him and go out of town and feel comfortable. So,
you know, one other thing, I'll show you how fearless I am of that damn child abuse bullshit that goes on. I had an incident once before when I had a home visit with my kids. My daughter and my son were bickering and fighting back and forth, and I got in between the two of them and broke them up. I had one sit on one end of the couch, and I had the other sit on the other end of the couch, and I wouldn't let them get up for shit. I'm sorry, unless you sit there and you calm down and apologize to one another and shake each other's hand and let this thing go. You're not getting up from that couch. my daughter sat there and broke out with, I'll tell mom you abused us, and I'll do this and I'll do that. And I went, you are, huh? Oh, okay. I mean, so you feel like you've been abused? Yes, I feel like what you're doing is abusing us. Okay, all right, I see. Come on, let's go. I want to take you on a trip, and I gathered them up, got them in the car, drove right up to the police department, which is a couple blocks away from where we were. Went into the police station, told the police officer my daughter would like to report abuse.
All right.
Cop came out to my car. Cop came out to my car, introduced himself to her, and she got real scared real fast. I said, no, honey, look, there's nothing to be afraid of. You know, a police officer, they're there to help you for in case if something bad's happened to you. Now, you're wanting to go back to your mom and tell your mom that I'm abusing you. And, you know, this is how this thing started. And certainly, you know, if there's abuse, you need to tell this police officer so he can do something about that. And she got lippy with that cop, and she was yap, 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 to the point the cop had to say, hey, calm down. Calm down. I'm not here to do anything to you, and I'm not here to do anything to your dad. And yada, yada, yada. And then she got into apologizing. Okay, you weren't abusing us, and you weren't this, and you weren't that. And she told the police officer what happened. The police officer said, well, your father has a right to punish you, and he's not being harsh on you. He just wants you to get along with your brother, that's all. And he wants your brother to get along with you. There's nothing wrong in that. And the police officer even asked me, well, why did you bother bringing him over here if all it was going to be is this? I told him the way my ex-wife was, and she could play it up to the hilt. They tell her one thing, and then she's going to put something different on paper to make it seem like I beat him or something. So I don't.
Well,
I
you got
want to
to
alleviate that to have you as a mediator.
Yeah. You got to, one thing to do is you have to call their bluff. You have to let them see what it actually would be like so that they understand that you're not afraid of the police. You're there to be their parent, not their friend.
Exactly. And then I ended up telling her, now, it may not be so much against the law right now, but as an adult, if you go off screaming wolf to the police, they'll learn to ignore you. If you send them on a wild goose chase a few times, they're going to note it, they're going to make a record of it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you do it too often, they're going to ignore you. Now, this thing here with your mom, the courts already ignore your mom because obviously she's pulled this 19 times on me already, to the point that the courts will not listen to your mother. She might have the physical custody of you, but I'm telling you that they're not going to listen to her anymore when it comes to this. This is why I've got the visits with you and stuff like that, because the courts know I would never, ever do anything to hurt you or put you in harm's way. Because if that was the case, you wouldn't be able to come do home visits with me at all. So,
Yeah.
and I got to tell you, this is what a parent is supposed to do. If you're being abused, something's not right. You have to say something. You have to do something. That's the point. She never did it again.
Yeah.
Never did it again.
Well,
Now, and they, you know, now they've told me grandpa's abused them by spanking them. They told me mom's done it. I let it go in one ear and out the other. Why? Because the severity of it wasn't them getting bruised or anything like that. Now one of the stepsisters did, and I did report that because she left marks on him. And I also reported when my son told me that he found a meth pipe, one of the meth pipes at her house.
Right.
I reported that because I don't care if you're a meth user or whatever. You don't put your shit in a way that a child can find it. No, not appropriate. Well, I do give a fuck if you're a meth user. I don't want you doing the shit around my kids, period. But that's not the way the state's going to see it.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Always good. It's always good to do I told my son one time, leave my sister's. He got mad because he said something to his cousin's boyfriend on she was on one of those Skype calls, and he decided that he was going to make fun of her boyfriend and call him a name, and his cousin got mad at him, so he goes storming out the door, and we're like, what the hell is your problem? And the whole time he starts flipping out. Then he starts flipping out on me and Stephanie in the car. And so I was like, what? Like, I was totally taken by what he was saying and everything. So I pulled the car over. I got out and I said, if you don't calm down, I'm going to take you to the hospital and have you evaluated. So what does he do? He calls his mom and tells her what I said. So by the time we get to her house, I drop him off. As I'm pulling out of the court, here come the police pulling me over. And I'm like, are you serious? So the officer, he's like, can you step out of the car and come talk to me? Well, the other officer that was with him went back to Jake's house, to his mom's house. She calls me on the phone. I'm on the intercom phone in my truck. Why'd you get in my son's face? Why did you do this? Now, what she was trying to do was let the officer hear me say that I put my hands on Jake or something so that she could have me. And I'm like, no. I got in front of Jacob and stood in front of him so that he didn't run out of the car and get in the traffic because we were on the side of the road. I said all I did was stand in the doorway of the vehicle and prevent him because I thought that he was having a breakdown. And I didn't want him running out in the traffic. I said, that's all I did. I told him that I was going to have him evaluated because I felt as a parent that that's what I needed to do. And the officer asked me, has he ever talked about hurting himself and all this? And I'm like, well, I really don't want to say, but, it's been mentioned and so and so and so. And the officer said, so there has been talk of that. I'm like, yeah, kind of, sort of. I said, and the mom has tried a couple times herself. And I said, we've been dealing with these issues. I said, henceforth, while you're pulling me over, I said, you notice how she called me on the phone and tried to get me to admit to something so that I could be in handcuffs right now. I said, none of this would have started had he just kept his mouth shut at his aunt's house and not tried to pick a fight with her boyfriend. I said, he got called out on his shit and he was embarrassed, felt hurt that no one jumped to his side. And that's how it all started. Then when he got in the car with me, he thought that I was going to go right to his side and be like, oh, how dare she? And I'm like, Jacob, if you would have just kept your mouth shut and not said those things to her boyfriend, he told me he called him gay and all this other stuff. I'm like, why would you say those hurtful things to somebody? I said, I taught you better than that. So what did you expect? That's her boyfriend.
And so where that two house kind of rule thing come into play. And he thinks he can.
It was like somebody at my church gave him a Bible or something to do with Jesus one time. She comes down to the car as I'm picking him up for church, said, he's too young for this. And we're on our way to church, right? So I pull the car over. Wait a minute, hold on. I call her back. I'm like, let me get this straight. This boy's young enough or old enough to listen to Lil Wayne, Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, 50 Cent, and all these other garbage rappers on here. But he's too he's not
violence,
to learn about Jesus.
which is peace and love,
And
Trinity.
and I just hung the phone up on her. You know, like I wasn't going to get into some huge battle with her on the phone.
Right.
But that's just the mentality of what I dealt with. Like, you know, she never wanted me to give him any kind of insight in life, teach him anything, or do anything for him. You know, and I took the kid to church with me 3 times a week. I did what I could for him. He never wanted to go to counseling with me, so I like got him into a class at church where there was a church volunteer there that talked with him. It was a youth class that he can go in, share his feelings with, and it helped him. But once she got word of what was happening, oh, she had to step in and get involved with that, you know. But that's the shit that I dealt with. Like it was bad, bad.
Oh yeah, I can imagine.
You know.
That dude, did you just see that? Oh, you didn't see the front part, but that car that just went by me right there.
No.
Okay, he looped around me. What it is, he's looking up to see who the hell I am, wearing a security hat and got a light bar on my car and shit like that. I get that a lot.
Right.
It doesn't bother me a bit.
Yeah.
That just means they ain't gonna do any stupid shit around here. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
That cop came over and was checking everything out. I get that a lot too. And you know, he wasn't over here checking me out. Did you see what he was checking out? He was checking out that motorhome there.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, one day I was sitting here in the parking lot and the sheriff came up, parked perpendicular to the back of my car. I fucking reached down. Grabbed my fucking body cam here,
Right.
lifted up my lapel, hit record, got out of my car and walked right up to him. Hi, how you doing? How can I help you? Oh, I'm just here on my lunch break. Well, I kind of find it funny that you're on your lunch break and you've decided to park, you know, perpendicular to the rear end of my vehicle. Is there anything I can help you with? Now, the sheriff department has no jurisdiction here.
Right.
So for them to even be in this parking lot is inappropriate. And he said, "Well, I'm just eating my lunch. That's all." I said, "Okay, all right. Have a nice day." I walked back to my car, got into my car, and the guy drove on. He was eating his lunch. Why didn't he just stay there and eat his lunch?
Right.
Because see, it's unethical for them. You know, you hear stories of cops going around parking lots running people's plates and shit like that,
Yeah.
which is unconstitutional for them to do. Okay, they hem people up on shit like that. Now, anything that sheriff could pull out of a lot like this right here would be unconstitutional because he has no jurisdictional right to do it.
Yeah. Like seeing if cars are up for repossession or, you know,
Nope, can't even do that.
or they do at Walmart.
Well, it's private property, and if the police are doing it, you can hem them up real big time.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, unless they are called there to deal with you on a situation. You know, there that at that point in time, that would be legal for them to do it. If they were called to you, they can do that, and it's legal. But however, for them just to coast through a parking lot, you know, uninvited, not, you know, they're not coming out there for a situation, just to scope out people's plates. Nope, they can't do it. If they walk up to your car, and actually California just passed a new law that started January 1st. Anytime a police officer now approaches your vehicle, they must explain to the reason why they're approaching your vehicle.
Right.
They have to tell you why they pulled you over. They have to explain their contact with you. If they don't do that, anything that they do, you brush them off. If they try to say you're resisting or you're doing this and you're doing that, it's all automatically thrown out. And you can sue the department for the harassment now, which to me is, I think it's correct.
Yeah.
Because you play them fucking chicken shit games, when a person looks at you and says, what did you approach me for? Or what did you pull me over for? And they play these games of get out of your car bullshit to be escalating the situation to a point that you're now fighting with the fucking cop. It's totally fucked up and it's not right. It's a simple fucking question. It's not a matter of being invasive or anything like that. For you to inquire for why a cop is having an intervention with you, it should be about de-escalating the situation and not escalating it. And that's the way they feel about it out here. And I agree with them 110%, because 9 times out of 10, when a person is getting huffy and puffy with a cop, it's over that very damn thing. And it could be simply remedied by saying, hey, look, I noticed you had a tail light out, or you kabobbled the line, and there's some concern here. Now you've answered their question. It should de-escalate it. Well, kabobble a line. What do you mean? At this point in time, it's a consensual stop. It's
Right.
a legal stop. But to pull you over to just fucking have a chat with you to see what they can get out of you is bullshit. So they can look in your car to see if you've got anything illegal in your car, or in plain sight, try and bully your passengers and shit like that. That shit's done for now. They can't do any of that shit anymore.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you see a lot of it on YouTube where they're like, why'd you pull me over? Answer questions. I won't come out of my car. I won't roll my window down and all that. And it's like, it's crazy.
If it's a lawful order for you to exit your vehicle, you have to exit your vehicle.
Yeah.
But if it's not a lawful thing, if you haven't done anything wrong and you're just saying, hey, look, what did you pull me over for? That shouldn't be reason enough for them to say that's being combative and force you out of your car. That's not appropriate.
Yeah. We got a guy down here in our county. He's fucking terrible, man. He calls the cops all kinds of names. Fuck you. He goes and does audits, police audits at the police stations. And once the cops engage him, then he starts calling them fucking, he starts cussing at them and calling them names, and and then if they engage, like he's sticking cameras inside cars and people's personal vehicles, and it does look suspicious. Like, why would you be doing that? And then he gets mad when they approach him, like, why are you doing this? Don't worry about why I'm doing it. I don't answer questions. Well, I'm sorry, but if you're videotaping the inside of my vehicle, I have a right to ask you.
It's gotten to the point that it's just better for you to have a camera on you all the time.
Yeah.
In public, even in your home. It's ridiculous that you have to live that way. But the way the society works anymore, whoever brings the complaint is who they're going to believe.
Mm-hmm.
Just like that situation that happened to me at my job. Okay, you think any of that shit would have went down if I had called the police and been the first, and they told me that. Well, you should have called the police when you thought that she pulled a gun on you. And I told him point blank, why? If I'd have called the police and you came out here and found that there was no gun on her, then it would have made me look back and bad. And I couldn't discern for sure if that's what she did. This is why I got a hold of a supervisor for my job to explain to them of the situation, and that they needed to come out there to check to make sure that she didn't have a gun on her. because of the evasiveness, the aggressiveness that she showed, made me believe that my life was in danger.
Right.
And I told, I don't have good eyesight. I don't have 20/20 vision. And this is at night, midnight. Okay, I was in a dark spot. All I saw was an object in her hand coming up, to the meeting of her face in an aggressive manner. First of all, she leaped out in front of a moving vehicle. That's one aggression right there. The second aggression is taking whatever she had in her hand and aiming it at me. I had no clue that that was a gun or what it was in her hand. But for her to tell me that I was taking pictures of her car, which I wasn't doing, I said I tried to de-escalate the situation by walking away from her to show her that I am not being aggressive. And for her to take the aggressive stance of saying that she was going to stop me at all costs from doing nothing but walking away from her shows that her maturity just wasn't there. And for them police officers to put me in handcuffs and put me in the back seat of a car for something I didn't do, they were going to try and charge me with hit and run. I told them, you're going to have a problem with that because I'm here. I have nothing. I'm not running from anything. I said I didn't do anything wrong. I did nothing. If she's proclaiming that I hit her with my car, she's absolutely wrong. And you're wrong for putting me in this predicament of having me in handcuffs in the back seat of a car. I'm telling you, I didn't. And then the cop made that statement to me. Oh, I saw her go up the hood of your car and roll off and fall to the ground and yada, yada, yada. And when I told her lawyer what that cop said, that her own lawyer, by the way, I couldn't get a copy of the police report. I tried to get a copy of it. They said that I was the perpetrator and was not entitled to a copy of it. Go fucking figure, right?
Right.
Well, I explained that to her lawyer and I told him what that cop said. He sent me a copy of that police report, which in her own statement, that's exactly what she was saying, that she went up on the hood of my car, rolled off and fell to the ground and got up and called 911. She didn't do anything of the sort. Well, first she sat there and she tried to address me at my driver's side door. No, she didn't. In that video I got up online, does it show her going anywhere near my driver's side door? No, she leaped to the front of my car. Why is she addressing me at my door when she had to go in front of my car? She didn't try to do that. She didn't try to do that at all. She tried to stop me from leaving. And in my profession, okay, not to do that. You know not to put yourself in harm's way like that. That's just not right. You're to observe and report. They got cameras all over the fucking property. The common sense thing would be to, if there's a situation to call the police in the first place, is that you go over the footage, contact the police, have them come out, review the footage. If you know the individual, you can get all different kinds of information on the individual from the company itself, to take immediate legal action. There was no crime being committed, nothing that I have done that made her do what she did. What she did was stupid, it was dumb, and it was all on her. She was the one being the aggressor, not me.
Right.
And it's just so damn. If I had this dash cam, that would have been even more footage. You know what I mean? That cop even sat there and told me, listen, if you do end up walking away from this, try and learn from it. Dude, I'm in my fucking 50s. You don't think I ain't going to learn from this shit? You damn right. And first of all, we got cameras all over this property. I told you I could take you in there and show you whatever footage you want. Because I'm telling you, whatever it is she's telling you, she's not going to show you everything. And I know damn well they're not. And the thing of it was that they wouldn't allow me into the building to do it. They
Right.
proclaimed that we had a supervisor there, which I knew there was no supervisor there. Her mother portrayed herself as a supervisor with our company, and she wasn't. So we got to see how this thing plays out, because when it goes into court and they see the footage that shows complete different of what she has made in her statement. I mean, I filed a separate police report for her falsifying a police report. DA doesn't want to do anything about it. They don't want to press charges against her for the allegations she made that I mean, for what she did could have ended my career. You know, it could have ended my career without any second thought. I would never do that to somebody, ever. I said, you know, because like I told that cop, I says, you know, look, if I wasn't at the right frame of mind, then why did I want to go around her and not take her over the hood of my car? I mean, if I could have verified 100% that was a gun in her hand, you damn right she would have taken a trip. And right then and there, I would call 911 because you would need it. But I could not verify without any shadow of a doubt that that was a gun in her hand. And that's about the only thing that saved her ass from a trip over the hood, because I don't want to do anything to hurt anybody if it's not necessary. And the thing of it is just because I couldn't verify that that was a gun doesn't make it right for me to assume that it's a gun. I just know that you know, from the situation, that I had to take immediate action because it could have been a gun. Nobody in their right mind would take something from their waistband, jerk it up to face level like they're holding a gun if they weren't. You know what I mean? And that, and I'm sorry, but you know, just because I have an eyesight doesn't give me the perfect excuse to just run her ass over.
So is it over with, or are you still dealing with it?
I'm still dealing with it because now she's, you know, she went to my insurance company. My insurance company got me a lawyer, so it looks like it may go into court. They want to try. They said that for some reason it could go into some mediation kind of thing, and I don't want that. I'm sorry, but I don't. Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't want that. I don't want it going into anything like that.
But I mean, like criminal, not being charged with anything, are you?
No. When they booked me, took me into the jail, they released me that night with no charges, no nothing. They want to drop it and they put it down as a mere detainment, not a fucking arrest, because there was no evidence there that suggested I'd done anything of the sort.
Right.
But the thing that's really crooked and fucked up about the whole ordeal is the very next day when I went back and I saw the actual camera footage that they didn't see, I called the detective and that was on the case and asked him if he wouldn't mind having that police officer come up again so I can show him the footage that I found on the surveillance system. Well, that son of a bitch threatened me. He told me if he comes out there, and if you did do this, and if he comes out there, he's coming out to rearrest you. And I told him, well, listen, that's not what I have here on the camera. He goes, well, if he comes out there, he's going to rearrest you. Do you want that? And I said, of course not. No, I don't want that. So we parted ways. But I got a hold of an attorney, and I had an attorney already right there. So, and he made sure that it was a mere detainment, not an arrest. Kind of bullshit. And I think they're taken into consideration because she's a transgender. You know, so yeah, there's a lesson to be learned from all of this. I got a Dashcam now. I run recordings all the time. If I have any kind of bow wows with anybody or anything like that, I got that body cam. I just throw it on, hit record. There you go. Now they can't say shit. Because, I mean, this lady, okay, I had problems with her before, and she got removed from that site because of her sharp attitude that she's got, that fuck you and I don't care attitude that she has. I mean, the lady made a derogatory remark to me related to the effect of her fucking my daughter. And it pissed me off to a point. I was like, you know what? I think you just need to clock out and leave. Because I'm telling you, if you stick around any further, and that's about the only time I ever threatened her. So I threatened to fucking make her eat her fucking teeth. I threatened to bash her face in.
Right.
But then again, I was under the understanding that she was a male, not a female. I had no clue that she was a transgender.
Right.
And so when she left, I got the supervisor, and the supervisors acknowledged the fact that this person's been having problems on other sites with that type of attitude problem. And so they've been bip-bopping her from site to site. So there was I guess, a record, you might want to say, of her demeanor and how she is with people. And I'm like, how the fuck can you guys keep somebody like that hired with this company? That's just asteroid. And they agreed with me. They pulled her off, and then the scheduling manager, a few weeks later, put her back on the schedule to make it to where she was working back out there again. And I told him point blank, if she says anything derogatory, it's gonna be over. But at that point in time, the scheduling manager told me that she was a transgender, and he told me about Edith being her daughter, or son, or whatever the hell they want to call that. And I just was like, I didn't want to believe it, but why would they lie to me? You know what I mean?
Right.
But so I was like, well, that's just fucked up. Well, I don't want problems. I don't. It's an uncomfortable environment. So they had me working with this lady regardless if I wanted to or not. And that's when this shit happened. She was getting even with me because of the fact that I had her kicked off the site once before. And I guess it was her turn to do the same for me.
Right.
Well, like I've been saying from the start, let's do this. You want to take me to court and try and sue me? The company was going to keep her on employment, just put her somewhere else, is what they were doing. But then she filed a medical claim against the company, and the company decided, nope, you know what, we're done. And they came and got all the evidence that they needed through an investigator of theirs. And then they said, she ain't even got a case. Don't even know why she's going this far. And the company terminated her employment.
Wow.
She was done. And here's the thing, Grasshopper, if I had done anything like that, why am I still working at the same place?
Yeah. That's true.
You know what I mean? I mean, I'm still working at the same place. No problems, no issues, don't have, I'm not one of them type of people. You see me, I'm a people person. I love dealing with people. I love my job. I like the concept of being able to help others. It gives me great joy to be able to do that. I take my job seriously, but not in a way of making me out to be some dick.
Right.
Okay, the concept of doing the job that I do is you have to be approachable. You have to be able to take complaints, be able to talk to people, be able to de-escalate a situation before it gets out of hand, be able to deal with the general public. People like that don't need to be in public doing the shit that they're doing. That's just uncalled for.
Yeah.
And it dumbfound. And I had my company dead to rights. If I wanted to, I guess if I was that kind of person, I guess I could have turned around and filed a lawsuit against my company, because this whole incident was 110% preventable on my company's behalf. They took immediate action and then reversed it.
Yeah.
That just wasn't cool. Now, I'm not one of them. Let me jump on the bandwagon and sue you for whatever it's worth. I'm not that guy. I don't like that shit.
Yeah.
I don't think that when a person makes a mistake in life, you should get rich from it. That's bullshit. It's like that shit that's happening to fucking Trump right now. 84 million fucking dollars for defaming somebody. Come on.
They're just doing that because of how much money he's got. I mean, that's bullshit.
Yeah, and that is not right. That's just like a burglar breaking into your fucking home. He doesn't belong there. He climbs up on the roof to go through a fucking chimney or an air vent, or finds a way into your house. He trips and falls and goes through your ceiling and can sue your fucking homeowner's insurance because you didn't make it more better safe for that person to rob you. Fuck them. Who the fuck does California think they are doing that shit?
Hmm.
You can't even protect your own damn home anymore in states like this. Burglar breaks into your home, you better make damn sure they got a weapon in their hand. It better be the equivalent of a pew pew.
Yeah.
That's bullshit. All of it's bullshit. And Trump wants to stand up for the American. If anything, I'd love to see him abolish stupid shit like that. We don't need to have courts for people who whine and piss and moan because they want to rob you or pillage from you and you won't let them. It's
Right.
bullshit. It's bullshit.
Oh, man.
But you know what they do? They cram their bullshit down our throats. We went through the gay shit. Now we got the gay parades and all that shit. It wasn't going to be something that was going to be acceptable to society. The government was stepping in where it shouldn't have and making laws that they shouldn't be making. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
And now we got to deal with this shit of transgenders. Now they want to convert our fucking children into boys and girls and all this other hoo-ha crap. And we're supposed to lay back and take it. That's some bullshit.
Yeah. I mean,
If parents are teaching their children to be that way, they don't need to be parents. Our state should be stepping in, and protecting them children from such monsters. Instead, they're trying to push it through to make all their bullshit okay.
they're trying to swing whatever way the vote's going to go.
If they become adults and they choose to want to do that kind of thing to themselves, then so be it.
Yep.
Don't do it to them as children. That's ridiculous.
You know. So, well, dude, I gotta hop off here, bro. I got a couple things to do before I gotta make some phone calls.
All
So,
right, brother.
yeah, it was good talking with you, man.
Hell yeah, it's good talking to you too, man.
Yeah. So, are you still at work?
No, see, I don't have my uniform on or anything. I'm done. I'm done with work.
Oh,
I
okay.
just came out here to stream. We get meth pickles that walk through here, so we'll try to pick on a meth pickle here and there.
Okay. All right, dude. Well, I'm gonna hop off. I gotta go eat, and then I gotta do a couple things. So, I will see you next time you stream, brother.
All right, bro.
Okay, dude. Take it easy.
You too.
All right.
Peace out. Gamer Joe. Sorry, Bulldog. Sorry for what? Let's see. I must be. They do have Family Guy on there now. I'll be home in like a half hour. Hey, Zachary. Okay. Gamer, what are you sorry about? What Did I miss something? From I guess you're probably saying sorry for the shit that been going through, huh? It's okay, nothing to be sorry for. To me, I hope that they do the right thing. Honest to God, I think but I'm not going to hold my breath either. This is California, it seems like the criminals have more rights than the people that are paying. I mean, and it's funny because a lot of these fuckers don't pay taxes. They don't pay taxes, but yet they get to make the say of everything out here, and that's just wrong. That's just wrong. A lot of them, one thing when they do that shit about jury members, they should have a question on there if they fucking work or not, if they pay taxes. I think they should because a lot of way they can at least get people on the jury that fucking deserves to be there. I've got to go home and drain my lizard. My lizard, man. It's trying to tell me, you gotta pee. Life's rough, folks. You just gotta learn how to deal with it. And just because life sucks, or maybe that it's raw, you don't need some asshole that you can pay $50 an hour to sit there and try and straighten out your life. You can straighten your life out on your own. Oh shit. Wonder what this person's got going on. Good up and everything. Yeah. Hey, brother. Yeah. I just say live life to its fullest. Try and do it as happily as you possibly can, even if you're being screwed. Help your fellow man when he's down and out. But just be careful of who you help out. There's somebody out there that's willing to help themselves. Pick them up, brush them off, and help them the best way you can. Ooh, damn. That's nice looking. Damn. She's a hot mama. Damn. Well, I'm almost home. Yeah, garbage man's here. You're cold. Oh my God, you poor thing. Okay, got that. Got that. I know the beep beeps. I gotta put you down for a second. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh, is that here too? Oh, that guy still ain't gone out of here? I'll stay in here until the beep beep stop. 28 M L oh 28 RN. Oh, and the negative. Oh wow. Oh brother. Well, guys, I made it home. So no more close up to my nose. There you go. I should be fine at that distance. Right? There we go. I'll just bring the chat up here. Yeah, I'll put the link out again. Anybody wanting to come up, you can do so. I'll be on for a little bit more before cutting out. Because why not? I've already made it a hell of a long stream. Might as well. Right? Uh, so when life deals you a whole shitload of lemons, well, guess what? You better know how to make some lemonade. I'll tell you what. Listen here, dickhead. I love that dude, man. He's funny as hell. That's what Doug says. Hey, look here, dickhead. Oh my God. I'll come soon on the bus now. Oh, okay. Good morning. Uh, what do you want, a city bus there, Zachary? Yep. Ah, so you were out on an outing then. Where'd you go? To work? You coming back from work or are you coming back from shopping? Hey, how's it going? Store to get us these things. Oh, that's cool. Right on. Well, hello. Which apartment are you looking for? Eddie, which apartment are you looking for? Oh, oh okay. That's good. Oh my God. See, and that's how observant I am. When you got somebody walking through your apartment complex and you're just looking all over the place like they're lost, most likely it's because they are. Help, give a lending helping hand. I get that a lot. Amazon drivers or Grubhub or DoorDash or something, or even Domino's or something. They come through, they don't know where they're at. I can usually just tell them right where to go. And every once in a blue moon, catch a meth pickle coming in that wants to go through the dumpsters that you just gotta tell them sorry, but you can't do that here, and escort them out. Because if you don't, they'll rob some of your neighbors, and it's not stereotype, but it's just fact. You get drifters that come walking through. They're not doing it to get through, especially when there ain't no through way to get through. Haven't ordered Grubhub in a bit. I don't order from any of them platforms. I used to. I mean, don't get me wrong. I did try to order from uh, what was that one called? Shit, it wasn't Grubhub. It was the other one. What was it called? DoorDash. You know, after seeing what I observed, not only did I observe people that are just living in their cars doing that shit, coming up all filthy and shit, handling your food, dabbing into bags of other people's fucking food, and not only that, but them screwing up your orders and shit like that. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to stay away from it. Grubhub is better than DoorDash to me. Yeah, I don't know. I've come across bad elements with dealing with it, and just I want you to keep in mind that you're paying taxes twice on that food that you're ordering. Just putting it out there. You're going to pay taxes on the price of the restaurant. You're going to pay taxes on that Grubhub. The reason why it's so damn high is that right there. And then you got edgy people that are working on them platforms that from time to time they get screwed because if they don't have enough dashers out or Grubhub people out or whatever the case may be, and you get pinged to do a 20-mile fucking run, and some people are not fucking tipping, it can be rough, I'll tell you that much. And they don't pay you enough to do it. So you could be facing a lot of stupid bullshit that has nothing to do with you. You could be doing all the right things and everything, and catch the attitude of an individual that will fuck your shit up if they don't think they're getting paid enough to go out and drop your one burger off at your house. I mean, it's crazy. It's nuts. I saw something on Facebook the other day about a DoorDash order that the person just stole because they don't get a tip first. Yeah. Yeah, and it's a classic. They'll set the food down, take a picture of it, and then reach over and help themselves. And then sometimes they'll take the whole order back, or they'll fucking go through it and You know, I just I just I don't want to fuck with platforms like that. Mm-mm. Have them handling my food and shit like that and get pissed? No, because first of all, if you're a broke ass motherfucker, you shouldn't be on them damn platforms ordering shit in the first place. You should be saving that money and go get it yourself. And if you can't go get it yourself, then goddamn it, buy food from the damn grocery store and cook the shit at home. Because if you ain't gonna tip the damn driver, there ain't no sense in making him go through all that. And if you can't afford it, leave it alone. What do you guys think of that new squeeze that fast food joints are starting to do? Where they're wanting you to tip them before even doing anything. And I'll give you a prime example. Like over here, doggone, like Subway and Porta Subs is doing, or Porta Subs. I mean Togos. They got a thing in there to where when as you make your order and you go to pay for your orders before they even make your sandwich and shit, they're asking you for a tip right off the bat. They ain't done shit, but they want you, and they don't let them fool you into thinking that the average tip is 15%. The average tip is not 15%. It starts at 10%. It's always been that way for as long as as long as I'm alive. I've never known it to be above 10%. If you fucking gave a larger tip above 10%, it was a godsend and people appreciated it and stuff like that. But they want you to tip 15% nowadays or above. And that's just, and they're asking for it before they do a fucking thing. They don't grasp the concept of what it means to get the tip in the first place. Because I'll educate you guys on that concept of tipping. Tipping means that you went out and beyond your fucking normal duty to see to it that the customer was happy and that they were satisfied with the service they received. That's the purpose of the tip, as a gratitude to an individual to say thank you and that they appreciated the service. And that was set up for restaurants. It wasn't set up for fucking fast food in any way, shape, or form, because the concept of fast food is exactly that, fast food. You don't have to seat anybody to take them to a table. You don't have to go out of your way for them. Period. But yet they expect you. They want you, and I'll tell you, I don't like being put on the spot like that. So I stay out of places like that. Because you know what they're doing when they go to ring your ass out? They're looking over there to see if you're tipping. And that's inappropriate. It's inappropriate and it's unprofessional. What is that? Oh, be right back. Okay, Zachary. I always wait till after I get my order and shit. Yep, and I do that too. I'll wait till you get back. But I'll still touch on that shit. You better believe it. I don't believe in doing that electronic thing of letting the machine do the tip for me. Because one thing I am dead set against is the government telling them they have to pay taxes on gratuity from their tips because the establishment pays them a low wage and they do it for general reasons. And I don't think the government has any right whatsoever to be taxing these people that are hardworking, getting their tips. I don't think that the government should be taxing it. It's inappropriate. So I always pay cash so they can say, well, man, they can, take that to the bank. I am in duress against my government for doing it, and therefore I will always tip in cash. So even if I was to order Domino's, at the end where it says for you to give a tip, I don't give a tip. I don't give a tip because of the fact that, well, it hasn't made it to me yet. And depending on who's fucking delivering it, well, I've gotten a lot of botched orders. So unless it's right, I don't tip. If it's correct, and they're going out and beyond to make sure that I'm a happy customer, I will be more than happy to tip. Meaning that if it's incorrect, it's not what I ordered, they take it back and bring me my order that I asked for. Those I do tip even a little more because that is going above and beyond making sure the customer's happy. And that deserves a good tip, especially when I gotta go back, I mean? Because it's not the delivery person's fault the order's fucked up, even though they really should open the box to see if it's all there or that it's properly, the proper order that they're giving you. A lot of times the order comes correct, and I tip them good. I don't tip them the 10%. I go out and beyond. And that's just me, though. But I don't want one copping an attitude if all I gave them was 10%. That just won't fly with me. 15%. Shit. And I'm not kidding you. You guys have seen it. I tip good. But remember that gas station? Fucking trolls getting fucking pizza place and pizza Domino's to come up there and fucking deliver pizza. Hey, hell, I felt sorry for them. I was just tipping them anyway, just in general. And they were nice enough, nice enough to give me a pizza anyway. I had that one dude, remember? Gave me 2 fucking pizzas. Yeah, it was cool. But they weren't pizzas I ordered. But they were just being cool to me because of the situation that's being cool with them. But I had to finally get that location to stop sending pizzas. But then I had trolls delivering pizzas to my house. That shit was funny. That was hilarious. I had to set them straight to tell them, hey, listen, if they're telling you COD, I never do COD. Good morning there. Oh, I'm taking the babies out for walks. She's picking up the pace. You back now, Zachary? Oh, now I only got 5 people. Come on now, guys. I get it. Probably been out for a long time. Need a break. Man, I've been going on for almost 5 hours. Jesus Christ. Wow. I ain't done a long stream like this in a long time. Holy moly. Boy, I'm really going to be exhausted tonight. Let's see, what time is it? It is. Oh, wow, 2:10. My son's going to be heading out going to work pretty soon. Okay, guys, well, I think I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. I guess it'd be night for me because I'm a night worker and this is like night for me, so I'm kind of tired. So, but hey, if you can, stay tuned for tomorrow. And God really knows what we'll talk about tomorrow. But if you can, smash the like button. And if you're new to the channel and you like content like this, well, you can do me a favor and subscribe and click on the bell notification. So until then, we will see you on the next one. Peace out. Hey, in space. No.